Vibe, Stereo Adventures, an Audible original.
Cambridge to Boston, lives in a world she's lost in, victim of compromise. He's staring at her Aberdeen heart, London eyes, Glasgow bones. She's whistling the catacombs, a paradox. He's in love with the statue in a marble block. He's in love with the girl that time forgot. She just shakes her ears. She's falling too far with salt in her scars. Won't let him taste her tears. She's falling too far. The girl that time forgot. Wasted moments, full of potential atonement. An angel in disguise, but he can see her Aberdeen heart, London eyes, Glasgow bones. She's a whistle in the catacombs, a paradox. Oh, he's in love with the statue in a marble block. He's in love with the girl that time forgot. She just shakes her ears. She's falling too far with salt in her scars. Won't let him taste her tears. She's falling too far. The girl that time forgot. That time forgot. The girl that time forgot. Yes, you're very quite tough, always having bad luck. You think you're going crazy, look up, there's a new life waiting. Your head's buried in the sand, you've been dealt the wrong hand. Can't imagine how you feel, only you know that it's real. Don't look back, just carry on, carry on, carry on. Don't look back, just carry on, carry on, carry on. 'Cause you are stronger. Yes, you are stronger. Because you are stronger. Yes, you are stronger. Yes, you're very quite tough, always having bad luck. You think you're going crazy, look up, there's a new life waiting. Your head's buried in the sand, you've been dealt the wrong hand. Can't imagine how you feel, only you know that it's real. Don't look back, just carry on, carry on, carry on. Don't look back, just carry on, carry on, carry on. 'Cause you are stronger. Yes, you are stronger. Because you are stronger. Stronger. picture in my mind. You wanna leave it all behind. In a world that's turning all the time, nothing could stop me longing for your eyes. I won't let it die. I can feel you when you're not around. When the night gets cold, I won't be alone. We won't be This lake of fire burns my skin. How could love wear so thin? I'm sinking in the hollow ground. Nothing can stop me wanting you somehow. I won't let it die. I can feel you when you're not around. When the night gets cold, I won't be alone. We won't be alone.
We the top again, I would happy lay the crown, but count us higher than a mountain. And we be up here for the long run, strap in for a long one. We got everybody on one. Now you coming at the king, so you better not miss. And we only get stronger with everything I carry up on my back. You should paint it up with a target. Why would you dare me to do it again? Come get your spoiler, but we're taking over. We're taking over. Hey, look at you calling my name. You ought to know by now that we're taking over. We're taking over. Hey, maybe you wonder what your future's gonna be, but I got it all locked up. Take a lap now, don't be mad now. Run it back, run it back, run it back now. I got bodies lining up, think you're dreaming of greatness. Send you back home, let you wake up. Why would you dare me to do it again? Come get your spoiler out the head. We're taking over. We're taking over. Hey, look at you calling my name. You ought to know by now that we're taking over. We're taking over. Hey, maybe you wonder what your future's gonna be, but I got it all locked up.
在以后，除了是傻子，还有其他吗？我左右，键盘噼啪在时间滴答着，还不够。你的固执让我来守候，哪怕太迟也不想以后。就在这时放肆的打斗。I got the heart of a lion, I know the harder you climb, the harder you fall. I'm at the top of the mountain, too many bodies to count. I've been through it all. I had to weather the storm to get to the level I'm on. That's how the legend was born. All of my enemies already dead and born. I'm ready for war. They know I'm ready for war. I told them we're taking over. We're taking over. Hey, look at you calling my name. You ought to know by now that we're taking over. Hey, maybe you wonder what your future's gonna be, but I got it all locked up.
Okay, guys, and welcome back once again to a Bronze Standard 5 League of Legends tournament live stream. We are here for the first week of the I2P Circuit. My name is Kana. I am joined by Hedgie. How you doing, mate? Hedgie Town 74, I believe, if I get that correct.
Yes, absolutely fantastic. So, getting into the draft here, looking forward
Yeah.
to some gameplay.
We do have some interesting teams going in for this round one match of tonight's stream. I believe it is in correct placement being blue-red in as Weekend Warriors Academy versus basically Challenger. Well, I just feel like there's something wrong with that second name already. Don't you feel like, Hedgie, for our Iron to Plat tournament? I mean, yeah, Plat's basically Challenger.
Rank doesn't matter, right? It's just
Yeah, exactly.
Jesus.
It's all about Elo Hell. But to get some serious stuff into this champ select, how about we talk about these first few picks coming out? Like, obviously, we see Caitlyn as the Weekend Warriors first pick.
Now, these bands are really solo queue centric. So like Zed, Fizz, Echo, Pantheon. Yeah, it has been seen in pro play a bit, but Swain as well. Really solo queue orientated. Shen the only real one that I see there that's like really team focused as a pick, and gonna take the Caitlyn first. Even after the nerf, still quite strong, and the Ashen response, which is very standard. But now Lee Sin blind, which is really interesting in this meta. He's not the strongest champion right now in the jungle, but we'll have to see what they counter with. And they've actually left the Hecarim up to go into that Lee Sin. So very powerful picks coming through on this blue side from Weekend Warriors Academy. Hecarim and Caitlyn already picked up.
That is true. We'll have to see kind of what they look to draft the rest of this comp around. I'm a little bit confused they didn't take Caitlyn Morgana when they could have. Like, straight away, that Morgana is open to still be picked or banned away in later phases. Especially losing the Ashe, obviously, by taking Caitlyn. Ashe is very strong right now, and as you said, Valisin is a little bit strange, but I do like champions that they have like kind of round up their top side with. Being the Ornn, he's a very good champion in the end because of his ornaments. I believe that's the name. I love it every time I hear that, and it's either going to be you or Threat who mentions it to me, and I just start cackling. But yeah, we will have to see what they kind of ban in response. Seeing what both teams have left open. Urgot was banned out in the top lane. I would like to say this could still be like a curveball Galio top lane, like into Ornn. That's actually not too terrible. It's not great, but it's not terrible.
Yeah, I think it's a bit interesting here because you could blind pick Galio, which is it can go top as you said, but I think it's 90% going in the mid lane, right? So
I might even be support too, mate. It's still pretty good.
Yeah, could be flexed around.
Oh, that does kind of work with Caitlyn because of a taunt can get a trap placement under them.
Yeah.
That could be what they're going for.
Could be what they're going for. Probably going to the mid lane, but we'll have to see. Maybe I'm wrong. They've elected to just blind pick the Ornn instead of countering the mid lane. If it is mid lane Galio, and then ban out some of the champions that they would not like to verse for that Ornn taken away, and then Yasuo and Zara as a support hasn't obviously been picked up. I think you talked about the Morgana. Would have been pretty strong here with Ashe and Lee Sin to counter the Ashe ult, and Lee Sin just doesn't really like versing Morgana. The rune and everything is there for him. Now Morgana's still up here, so I 100% think it's really good. It's good into Thresh, it's good into Ashe, and it's going to pick it up here. And now you want to go your top laner, so something like Fiora, something like Kayle will be alright. They're going the Volibear though. That's a lot of heavy dive. They're really trying to focus themselves on this early game. They picked up the Galio, picked up the Hecarim, picked up the Volibear. They've got a lot of dive. They've got a lot of early game control. They win all these lanes, including the pushing bot lane of the Caitlyn. So a lot of early presence, a lot of early game control, and a lot of dive now with that Galio and the Volibear locked in at the end here.
No, I do like that. I see that both teams have gone for entirely distinct gameplays. Like you mentioned, there's all the early game and the jives, and just focusing on like getting that lead and just pushing it. If they give you an inch, take a mile. That's the blue side lineup. That's the Weekend Warriors lineup right now. But while we have basically Challenger is besides the Lee Sin, maybe he didn't listen to the comms. But anyway.
Yeah, that was good.
It was. They've got that late game on the Ornn, the ornaments for Vladimir. The Ashe is still going to go fairly well into late game as that pick 80 carry. She kind of drops off from DPS in the team fight. but she's been in a really good place right now. Considering that there's only so many damage sources on this Weekend Warriors lineup, that Ashe is actually really good. Could pick out for someone like the Caitlyn. There is the Morgana, which is an absolute nuisance for any Ashe to deal with because of the spell shield. But just looking at these two teams, Sergi, I'm actually really enjoying. I'm enjoying the mind game in my head already. What I can already picture what's going to start happening as we see this blue side try to step forward. Like they'll go for those dives as you spoke about yourself. Even maybe trying to get like a 4-man bot lane. They've got the gallery roll. They've got the Hecker and the Onslaught of Shadows. We could see a million different things unfold. But none of that really matters unless it's actually happening on the Rift, right?
Yeah, so I'm probably going to give kind of the advantage a bit to Weekend Warriors Academy's draft, and not really because of the scaling options or anything. I just think their comp is a bit more in tune with each other. So Galio, Volibear, and Hecarim are really, really good at playing off each other, and Caitlyn Morgana adds to that with the lane control. And the Lee Sin's kind of a weird pick just with the comp as a whole, because you've kind of got Vladimir, Ornn, Ashe, Thresh. You kind of like to team fight. You know, they like to engage, like to go for those fights. Vladimir can follow up a lot of damage. You got the engage with the Ornn. Ashe and Thresh can follow up on that as well. But then Lee Sin doesn't really buy into that. He's not really a good team fighter. He wants to get the early ganks off, and the only real lane you can look early that effectively is bot lane, and it's pretty hard to gank that lane with the Morgana. So probably favor Weekend Warriors Academy draft just because they've got a bit more of the in-tune champions. But we'll have to see how it plays out on Rift. If this Lee Sin can make stuff happen early, it's going to be really, really hard for Weekend Warriors to come back into the game, because they do fall a bit in that scaling category.
Yeah. So we will need to see, obviously, if this early game comp is going to be able to capitalize on, the powers of that early game comp, getting the early objective, pushing the game down, and just trying to steamroll. Obviously, if this basically challenges I can hold out, they'll be perfectly fine. But we will see when we get onto the Rift. But first, I would like to thank our sponsors. True Haven Esports, obviously one of our sponsors, and the other one being Aussie Broadband. So big thank you to them as we go into this first match. We will be back soon, very shortly.
I've been painting every fence I know. Every color bleeds into the same.
Okay, and welcome back, everybody. We are finally here in game for this first match of the BSV I2P Platinum Circuit. My name is Connor. I'm joined by HedgyTown74, and what we have now is Weekend Academy. Oh, sorry.
Oh,
Rose Academy
hang
going
on.
in for a bit of a hectic
Hang on.
invade. That
Oh,
Morgana
yeah.
binding does hit. The Caitlyn does a whole lot of
Beautiful.
damage. Who will get the first blood? It looks like it's going over to Medals.
Okay. Yeah, it's just a bit greedy. You shouldn't be standing there at the start of the game. I just see this a lot in these sorts of tournaments. You know, just that cheeky invade. They've got the Morgana bind. They've got the volley best done as well. So that was always a threat. Not respecting it really at all. Ornn just needs to kind of ward that push. Just not stand there. Try to stand a bit back because that threat of the invade is always there. And I mean, they got the ward down on the red, the enemy red, but so you should kind of know from that information as well that was a big possibility. But going to pick it up nonetheless and get Volibear off to a nice little start on that top lane. And you want to be getting Volibear snowballing against that Ornn because
Yeah,
he can
it's
really,
not going to be
really
good
win
in
that
any
fight.
result, Hedgy, at all. Certainly not. It's one of the least things I would like. But I would like to say, going forwards, I do like that we have the Infernal Drake first, and I will tell you that this blue side, they will want it that weekend, whereas the Academy side do definitely need to get that Infernal Dragon if they want to try to push that early lead. Like, normally you can kind of just give it up, but as an Infernal Drake, as that early game side, it is almost critical.
100%, and it is really nice to pick up in that early game and just moving towards that soul as quickly as possible. And with this kind of snowballing comp that they've built up, they should be aiming to get that. And just looking at the jungler clears, you got Lee Sin. He's gone pretty stock standard. Blue to Gromp to red. Probably looking for an early gank top. And Hecarim meanwhile doing a bit of a different clear to Lee Sin. He's going the red to the Raptors, then the Wolves in the blue. Does have the talisman, I believe, so that clear is obviously a lot more effective on him. So Hecarim can look for ganks early, can look to be a bit aggressive, but Lee Sin also a champion wants to do that. So it'll be pretty important to see which jungler can actually win this early game and get the successful ganks off, because they both have the utility and the damage to do so.
That is certainly true, but right now I've actually been looking very closely in on mid and bot lane. Some bindings getting thrown out by this
Oh,
Morgan. I have
Jesus
not
Christ.
quite hit that fresh hook
Whoa.
lands, warping space and time into a really nice play back. Forced to flash heal. She's really not looking good. That hook is probably only a couple more seconds away.
Nice.
But Ash is stuck on the tormented soil as she's taking an absolute beating. She's burning up. But right
Top
now
lane.
we have top lane, some nice fire coming out as Morgan as Lee Sin falls down. Another kill going over to this Volibear. Is he still interested in fighting? Look at that wave that Ornn has pushed in on him. This is not what this red side want. They wanted to sit back, scale up in the game, but they have given 2 kills quickly already and have some pretty horrid lane states.
That's double buffs as well, and now Hecarim can just regank this top lane. It's just too easy for him. Ornn's overstayed a bit here, but he's not going to look for it. Does have a ward in that bush. But double buff handed over to this Volibear.
Oh,
3 kills
another
already.
binding lands,
Oh.
knocked back on the tormented soil. One more auto. Tegan finishes that one off. However, Lucifer has no mana for another binding, and he has just enough. But
Oh!
cooldown as he lands. Is there a Caitlyn trap underneath him? Can she place it?
Oh!
Double kill! Coming out for Tegan, that's
Jesus.
really nice. 2-0 into that early Ash lane.
Wow,
Ooh.
all right. Oh, that was really, really well played. That was a just pinnacle binding. I mean, that was wonderful. Through the minion, or not through the minions, but just past them, just squeeze the binding past them to manage to hit that Thresh and get a double kill for this Caitlyn. And I think a major mistake in the earlier skirmish was Thresh actually ignited
Hedgie.
the Morgana.
We may have something
We
starting
might have-
in just a moment.
Jesus. All right.
These
Got a
teams
bit
are
of
bloodthirsty, man.
time.
What I would like to say, like, there's so many things going on, especially up in like top lane, where we haven't really seen much. I've just been watching because look at this. There's already a nice. It's not even just a 2-kill lead. It's like another like 10, 13 CS lead on volley, because that's how that huge wave they got shoved in on him got turned against Ornn by being frozen there for so long. Actually, no, we might be seeing another Duke out of a mid lane, but Galio taunt just doesn't last long enough. But it still looks like he's coming out okay in that trade regardless.
100%, and it kind of goes back to the draft a bit, where you talk about this Lee Sin pick, and I mean the Hecarim was up. It's a very, very priority pick, and if you were looking for some early game engage, you could have gone for that option. And with the CC that Hecarim can provide, it's pretty guaranteed. In the late game, you still would have been scaling well. So This Lee Sin pick just not coming in clutch, and on the Rift as well, how he's played it so far has been a bit abysmal. So have to see if he can make up for this deficit. But Volleybet's just huge right now. He's got 2 kills. He's got a bit of a CS lead, not too damaging LFCS lead, but really just controlling all these lanes so far. And fight to just always seem to be going the way of Weekend Warriors right now.
Yeah, like look at this. They've got their lane back. They've got their backs pretty much sorted. They're pushing in the waves. They're poking them down at tower. I don't even know what Drakov wants to do on this top side. He's just gonna walk there and recall. Just stop wasting time. Just recall. Those nerves, and you stopped. Why you listen? This is not good. But what I'm gonna say is, what is good is this Inferno Dragon finally being secured by Weekend Warriors Academy. They do know because of the Hawk shot, but I don't think there's anything that can be done about it, especially with good old Lee Sin up on that top side.
Nothing at all, really, and really taking advantage of this early game they've built up. 4 kills already, 2k gold up. Hecarim potentially looking for another gank mid, but I reckon the pull is there for Vladimir. Relatively safe in this mid lane, even though Galio is a good champion and can roam and kind of suck the wave to get those roams off. And that's good follow-up in both these lanes. He's probably looking for more of those roams than actual kills on this Vladimir.
Oh my, this could be kind of insane. Metals does a whole lot of damage. He gets that nice shield. Lee Sin had just backed that second ago. That could have been a chance to exploit. That was done without any vision. That could have gone a whole lot differently if that was done 5 or 10 seconds earlier.
100%, and Volleybet just kind of chilling in this top lane, not looking to get a solo kill or do anything too aggressive, waiting for the attention of his jungler, but Hecarim will probably look towards this Rift Tower, probably wants to maintain the control on the objectives and keep building that lead, but taking another nice trade here.
Oh yeah, wow, I'm actually just so shocked by new Volleybet, because I've only seen it a handful of times, like casting in general, but it's a whole lot of damage. He avoids the Orn Brittle, he applies his own, he's like static AoE. It's like a, what's the item? It's like a static shiv almost.
Yeah, I think it's his auto attack passive or something.
Yeah,
exactly. Too much either.
Look at
Yeah.
that. It just chains off the minions, and it's just obnoxious as it kind of takes away Ornn's, his tanky health before he can even get on those trades. Because Ornn's power is those short trades where he gets like all the, the triple Ornn combos. It's not those sustained fights, because what's he gonna hit you with, those bloody auto attacks?
It's like a free Tiamat almost, kind of like with those auto passives,
Ooh.
But
I was kind of expecting Ornn to try to go in there to the wall against Ornn, but I suppose he did see Hecarim. Wait, is Shusheng about to get caught out here? Nope. Thanks to a good old lantern from the Thresh.
yeah, I like the safety that they have inbuilt into these lanes. They have obviously struggled to stay safe so far, but that Thresh Lantern and that Vladimir W as well, it's going to make it a bit hard for Hecarim to gank these lanes. But hasn't had too much trouble so far, but...
Yeah, Lee Sin forced to jump over. Onslaught of Shadows on top of a Volibear. Oh, however, as a storm comes down this top lane, Drakov trying to one array. He will manage to get away. Oh, Call of a Forge God. Not only that, but there's the Gallo, the Isle of Durand.
Turn around.
Taunting him locks down. The hero's entrance is used, knocking down. And they still want to keep fighting. The gauntlet has been thrown, and it looks like Vladimir. Unfortunately, Vladimir Impaler cannot get away this time. And 2 more kills go over. 3 more kills go over. But that may not be it. As the trap is placed down, rooting this Astroshi just needs 1 more auto to go take him down. Will the Fleet actually bring him in range? He stops. He turns around. He doesn't even try to auto the Ash. Oh, my goodness. I am feeling emotions that I thought were lost in me years ago. Oh, my goodness. Is there going to be a binding? Yes, there is. Come on. You guys have sums. Get aggressive. Oh, Ace in the hole gets blocked by the Thresh. Is it going to be anything? Try! You have Ignite, Leon, on your Morgana. I just want to see blood.
And really this top side, basically Challenger. They're not really looking Challenger right now, but really playing towards the advantages of Weeknight Warriors. I mean, Weekday Warriors, Weekend Warriors. Holy crap. I said the 2 things that out of the two out of the three things that weren't it. Anyway, really
You know
playing
what?
into their hands with the Galio and his roams, and just a kind of a bad
Oh,
fight.
goodbye,
taking that-
Dracov. I'm
But-
sorry, buddy.
Oh,
You're
no.
about to take a fat L. That ignite should still be enough to kill him.
Oh,
Unless
he
he
might
has nothing but
survive.
kills on one auto up.
Jeez,
Oh
Alright.
boy.
he actually gonna survive that. But yeah, just on kind of miscommunicating with his team. They had actually successfully disengaged the fight in that top lane, and Orn kind of re-engages, and they just get completely collapsed on and killed in the end. So not a great fight, and it's really expanded to about a 5k gold lead. And Hecarim with this Rift Herald probably gonna maybe just look to place at top, secure with the dragon, but have to see what he chooses to do. He's gonna take the Krugs for now, but see where he applies the pressure with this Rift Herald.
Certainly, he has a lot of like winning lanes. Like looking around, he could use that to break for top tower, mid tower. I would recommend doing it to like mid tower in general if you can break it. You know, open up the majority of the map to the jungler, to easing your other laners to being able to come down where you want. But second dragon is up, and oh my goodness, this Galio is doing a lot of damage. Was that an accidental stopwatch? I see. That is unfortunate for Lucifer. And
Yeah, just gotta.
concede dragon. Yep.
So they see Hecarim topside on vision, so they're actually going to be able to trade the Drake. So a bit of a win there for basically Challenger, but now the dive can come in topside, and the ult just
Yeah. That's a lot of onslaught of shadows, and I just don't think there's going to be enough of that teleport to come in time. But even teleporting through, that seems oddly dangerous for Luca. Getting really low. Is anything up for these two of the others top lane?
actually managed
No.
to survive that with the TP. But
Oh,
now the
enchanted
actual
crystal arrow flies in. Luca does not do enough damage. Bot lane first turret may go down unless for Herald can do it up in top lane. Both of these turrets are sitting on a fraction of health and both fall practically the same time. Draco getting caught out by his red side juggle. Lee Sin kicks him over the wall away. However, flashes in for that big old Galio Justice slam.
very, very nice, and dive on the top side. Not actually working out the way I thought it would. Just a simple. When Volibear gets ahead, it's just so easy to execute those dives. You know, get the ult down, and the tower is just obviously made useless. But not have actually find the original kill with the Vladimir coming in to provide a bit of protection for that on, and the Call of the Forge God also helping to just CC up Hecarim and Volibear and stop them from continuing that dive. But still going to be able to place down the Rift Herald and get that tower, and Galio actually finds, you know, Lee Sin in the jungle and able to one-shot him or just take him down from that low health. So still going very well with this lead, and they've expanded again to about a 7k gold lead, and the Rift Herald and getting all those plates topside really does help in expanding this gold lead when you have already got those kills in the lanes.
And I will say, I did notice the first item cull from Vladimir. Actually, may need to wait a moment as Metals is kind of interested in fighting up in top lane. How at least in Thresh up in there to support on if needed. This could be a bit of a 3v1 we might be seeing in a moment, Hedgie.
Yeah, could potentially collapse on him, but Thresh, believe getting spotted out by that blue ward. Volibear knows to back. Oh wait, I cannot speak. What the hell? But yeah, Thresh is gonna recall and head to that bot side. But just can't really get anything done with the Morgana there to provide that that spell shield. It was such a good pick in this draft. I'd probably say the best for me. Just counters out the Thresh, counters out the Lee Sin,
Oh my.
attempts the gank and
I'm
really
pretty sure a dive bot's about to happen.
potentially come through.
Hecarim should be coming there because they should be able to poke down this lane. Like, look, there's a tower sitting really low. I mean, they need to back. They're sitting on. They were sitting on chunks of gold before they didn't manage to back. I'm just like, what? They're not doing anything. They're just shoving waves in. They go clear the enemy jungle. Go walk around. Roam. Push mid tower. Or, you know, apply some pressure. Abuse the weak bot lane on the enemy team. Or anywhere, really.
Okay, they're having some fun. Alright.
KDA padding is what I tell you is what's going on here.
It's my analysis of this gameplay. It's having fun. I reckon this Lee Sin's having some fun. But
He is certainly enjoying the game right now. I will tell you that much. He's having the absolute time of his life. But right now, that is absolutely insane. I can't believe I just watched that happen. Onslaught of Shadows behind the Lee Sin into a devastating charge, pushing him into the Galio. Taunt, excuse me? That was absolutely insane.
Caitlyn might be
Machine
caught
gun
out.
combo coming out from Tegan. Call of the Forge God does not do enough. Ace in the Hole Fires is blocked. Morgana binding lands.
Engage.
Morgana still has the Soul Shackles available. And that both teams just going to look to disengage off that. Like, I just saw so much hype with that combo coming out of Hecarim and Galio, and I'm just like, okay. I'm immediately disappointed by the rest of the plays made.
I mean, you're seeing it right here. The collapse from Hecarim and Galio and Volibear, as I was talking about in draft, is very, very strong. And once you do get that advantage, if you are ahead, it's just so hard for the enemy to position or get vision down or contest objectives, because if you get hit by any of these point and click stuns that they do have, they have multiple just easy CC engages. Just so easy for them to get a pick, set up for the objective, and see that with Thresh, he's going to go down, able to push in mid lane, and even with the re-engage onto that Caitlyn, they've got the Galio to protect her and going to escape with her life, and just a bit too easy when you get ahead. They have so much point and click CC,
Oh,
and
no.
again, this Lee Sin might be caught out by that exact...
He's gonna be able to ward jump over, but is this Morgana gonna be able to take him out with that binding, forcing him to flash away? Morgana now, a little caught out, has the spell shield available, uses it and flashes over despite the hook missing. Looks like they will be able to secure both Herald and Dragon, I believe at about roughly the same time.
So, yeah.
Herald goes over, Dragon also goes over shortly after.
It is greedy, but it's the sort of thing you can do with this advantage. You can take both objectives, and they get both of them in quick succession, heading towards that Mountain Soul. But I'm not really worried if I'm Weekend Warriors Academy.
I don't think they need the Mountain Soul to win this game.
Yeah.
This game ends at like 26 minutes.
Make a bet? 23.
I'll say 26, but as a hook lands onto Morgana, Soul Shackles available is popped along with these Onions. Ace in the hole, blocks down. Lee Sin kicks forwards. Call of the Forge God is thrown out. Tegan unfortunately misses. The enchanted Crystal Arrow will be result in Tegan's death, and now they move on to Babbitt. Unfortunately, the Lee Sin Sonic Wave misses, and now they are ready to push down mid. But have they not been paying attention? They have a Volibear pushing that top lane, has just broken the inner. Will he keep going? Ornn slowly walking back to deal with that. Volley still not even paying attention. Hecarim comes forth. Onslaught of Shadows in. Hero's entrance from the Galio, trying to save his teammate. Trying to buy time. Maybe they can get a couple of kills. There's some nice knockups. Thresh, unfortunately, he gets taken down by some good vibrations. There's even a Herald up in the top lane. Devastating charge, and that is going to devastate what's left of this Lee Sin's mental. They are just doing everything across the map. 2 kills do go over to this basically challenger side. But I think that is just too little too late.
I gotta call respect for Babip here, alright? He's played for Legacy yesterday. He's played in the tiebreaker. Then he's flight all the way from Shanghai over to Australia just to play in this tournament. And he's showing with these plays. But yeah, no, this Hecarim is very, very strong, and able to pretty much 1v3 for a while there, and Galio did come in for the support, but I mean, it's just looking like they just don't have much, even with that engage being a bit successful, getting the kill onto that Lee Sin. Just doesn't look like they can really do anything, and they just don't have the gold, they don't have the items, they're down 10k. It's going to be an absolute real struggle to try to come back into this game.
Yeah, it's going to be an absolute mountain that they have to I do not expect this game to go in any other favor except for Weekend Warriors Academy. But what I'm going to say is going to be controversial. I'm going to pull a G-Bay 99 if Weekend Warriors Academy somehow lose this, and I will eat a sock. And I'm hoping no one on the team's listening to me right now and going to orchestrate it. Honestly,
what do you got? What do you got, dude?
Listen, it's okay. Don't worry about it. These TTs, they're just farming the jungle, doing nothing, just waiting, just killing time. Oh.
Okay, missed the hook. Just
a little bit of poke, a little bit of poke.
Shoving in the lanes. You can't start the Baron here. Probably want to pick into it though, just to make
Honestly,
sure
they could
you're
probably
okay.
do the Baron with a 10k gold lead. Come on.
They could
They
probably
don't
just cut
even
it
need
up.
to. There's no contest. It's just, hi, Lee Sin, get in there, get a 5-man kick, Enchanter Crystal Arrow, call to the forward gun. Everything goes right, and we might win. But unfortunately, I don't think everything is going right. Enchanter Crystal Arrow to Ash. She does get the Morgana spell shield. There's a nice Hero's Entrance. Onslaught of Shadows backwards. Everyone is locked down for the Hecarim. Galio gets a nice idle lockdown as well, taking down Lee in the background. Look at Luca trying to do the best he can to come forward. LGC gets taken out, gets 2 kills onto Luca. Luca doing the absolute best that he can, trying to come back, claw his team back to victory.
Oh no, not
Now
all.
Sensei's really in some trouble here. Get a bit of a
Ult
2v1
available
board.
for volley.
But not more. Vladimir's slowly almost over there. Caitlyn just pushing in that mid lane, though they are forced to give up objectives just across the map here.
Yeah, they're really struggling, and you just saw the disengage from that Morgana and the Galio in the fight. Galio ult came in, Morgana's able to stopwatch and ult to protect her Caitlyn. And so big against an Ornn, against an Ashe, against the Thresh. It's so strong. Not really able to engage or get that proper play going, and even with Thresh, when Thresh hits a good hook, even when Ashe hits a good arrow, it just doesn't matter. The spell shot's going to come out, the Galio ult's going to come in if that dive is there, and just counters these champions so hard. Even the Lee Sin, who might queue in, might try to make a play onto one of the carries of Weekend Warriors Academy, it's not going to matter because he's just going to be disengaged by that Galio. And even the Hecarim as well can come in.
I am going to say Lee Sin has gone absolutely full damage here, and he is not able to, not doing much, to say the least.
Look, he's having some fun, but yeah, he's not really going too well. Full damage. Might have wanted to go a bit tankier here, but Lee Sin, I mean, he's pretty much always going to go damage. He's not really a tanky champion, so you get a lead with Lee Sin, or you're not a great champion for the most of the game. So I think that's what he's just kind of sadly had to admit here. And they are going to pick up the third Drake, and still haven't picked up that Baron, but it's only 22 minutes into the game. They have plenty of time to close out this one, and a 10k gold lead is probably something they can use to really put the nail in the coffin. Oh, the TP? Gonna be cancelled. We're here. Now Vladimir actually gonna be caught out, gonna go down to Hecarim, and probably just gonna push out this top lane. They're actually not going to look for the Baron, even though they could have. One pick down to Vladimir. Probably the strongest member almost on this basically challenger team right now, maybe Ornn, but don't really have too many strong members in itself. Gonna be able to pick up this top in here. Maybe too useful. Dragon is coming off in 5 minutes, so only real objective that matters in proximity to that inhibitor, but might just walk up and take the Baron here if they elect to, or just reset, but they do look like they're actually gonna take it, so look for it, and I'm just going to snare. They get a bit of that poke, and probably just going to be pretty easily able to take down this Baron now. Galio playing a bit of zone control as the Baron goes down to about 4k HP. Or not coming through. Leasing potentially going for that steal. Not going to get it. Hecarim's going to clean him up with the help of Morgana, and with the Baron insured, 12k goal lead established. This one should be all but over. 3 drags as well over to the side of Weekend Warriors Academy, and basically Challenger will probably be packing up their things for this night of gameplay. Obviously, as it is a circuit tournament, they're not out. They can definitely make their play, but for this game, it's just not looking like something they're going to be able to overcome. The dive coming onto this flat. He's way too far up in the lane. He's going to go down. That should pretty much be the end of the game. They might just be able to push in through the spot lane for the end now. And even if when Velimir respawns, they can probably just take them out in the base. Ticking over 13k gold now as they look to win. Very, very strong performance from multiple members. Babip. Good vibrations, and Metals all having outstanding performances in the spot lane. Yeah, solid. As well as they shove in this spot lane. Siege beginning. Rush. Trying to get some sort of miracle engaged, trying to get some sort of play going, but it's not really looking like much can happen. As Orn already chunked to half the Ash. Arrow comes in, the Galio coming down, hitting that Orn up in the air, even though he flashes past, and the onslaught of shadow is coming from Akram to take out this leads in. Does kick him away and gets a safety, but Ash is going to get one shot, flash forward from Kalen to secure the second kill of the fight, and it looks like Galio with the taunt on 2 will finish this one off. Metals completing that dive. 20 kills to 4, 15k gold, 8 turrets to 0. A dominating performance to start off Weekend Warriors campaign here tonight. As they decimate the base with basically Challenger. Threshold landing as they try to find some sort of counter engage, some sort of miracle play, some sort of way back into this. But it's not going to happen. Might actually take down Orn for the fun of it. On their way to picking up the winner, the Nexus goes down. A Weekend Warriors Academy will take our first game of the day here on stream. And a really, really strong performance, and they really executed that early game composition well. They managed to snowball that advantage, roam that Galio around the map, and just from the first blood in the first minute really of the game, it was fantastic to watch, and really just executed on the mistakes that basically Challenger made, and a really, really good snowballing performance. We will be back shortly. Stream, I believe, kind of dropped out there, so I just kind of took over his PvP duties. Should be back soon. I believe his net just dropped out, so just some technical difficulties there, but we'll get back to you after the break.
We at the top again, now would help you lay the crown, but count us higher than a mountain. And we be up here for the long run, strap in for a long one. We got everybody on one. Now you coming at the king, so you better not miss. And we only get stronger with everything I carry up on my back. You should paint it up with a target. Why would you dare me to do it again? Come get your spoiler, but we're taking over. We're taking over. Hey, look at you loving my name. You ought to know by now that we're taking over. We're taking over. Hey, maybe you wonder what your future's gonna be, but I got it all locked up. Take a lap now, don't be mad now. Bring it back.
Alright, so might just go yourself and I. I don't really know how to play by play. You know how to scream at plays? Alright, and if they can't hear me, I'm just gonna say they can't hear me, and then we're gonna just do it. Oh shit. We are live. Welcome back everybody to round number 2 of the BSV Circuit Iron to Plat, week number 1. My name is Josh and I'm here joined with Mayhem to bring you all the action in round number 2 of this tournament tonight. How you doing, Mayhem?
Hello. Yeah, alright. I'm a bit sore from my loss, but we're
Just
okay.
a bit?
Chin up, moving forward. Luckily for me, I lost to, what's this team 2 called again? I can't
Quasar Group. Quasar Group.
Star Group.
Quasar Group. Quasar
Quasar
Group.
Group.
Not quite sure how to pronounce it.
Okay.
Alright, so
yeah, I've just lost to this team, which means I have an inside knowledge on the kind of...
ooh, inside
they
knowledge on their
play.
strats. So they've take the first couple of bans for Weekend Warriors Academy, taking away from Quasar the Zoe, Lulu, Shen, and then for Quasar Group they've taken away Hecarim and Fizz.
Yep.
What do you think about those so far?
Cashman D is a Zoe one-trick. We scouted him out. He had like 400 games of Zoe, and we didn't ban the same thing. None of that. No Zoe. No thank you. Manute played really well on Shen last game. His ults were great.
Yeah, Shen's
So
a great
get that out of here.
global.
None of
He's
that.
got a lot of global presence. It's not something you really want to be fighting with if you can.
Oh yeah.
If you
Last
can handle
game
it.
they played Galio, Hecarim, and Shen. So before Hecarim even went in, Shen ulted him. Then he ulted the Shen on top of everybody, and then Galio ulted on top of everything. It was so annoying.
It's a lot of global presence there that you don't really want to take.
Yes, we couldn't go on anybody because there was just 3 extra people all the time.
Cash Money saying in the chat there he's no longer a one-trick Mayhem.
Well, that's what your stats say, okay?
Statistics don't lie there, Cash Money. Statistics don't lie. Alright, so the
That's
first...
explanation for the ban, at least.
That's the explanation for the ban. Alright, so the first round of picks we have for the side of Weekend Warriors Academy is the Caitlyn going to Tegan. Graves going to Babip. He's going to show Broxar how it's done. All the way from China. Broxar, watch out, buddy. Ash and Morgana, a very solid, strong bot lane for Xanthrix and Gulia here.
Whoa,
Keen to see what they do.
support.
Now,
I'm pretty sure
Pantheon
Morgana's-
support, that's quite possible, but you know, it can also be flexed pretty much everywhere.
It better
Not
be.
gonna
I
lie,
don't wanna
pretty
see
much
Pantheon into
flex pretty
Morgana
much
Ash. That doesn't sound fun.
No. Ooh, Nocturne taking out the last pick
Yeah.
of pick phase number 1.
Lubu does play himself some Nocturne. We ban that away from him as well.
Yeah, I have seen Lubu on some Nocturne games, so it'll be interesting to see what he can do here, especially once he hits 6. You know, you don't want to deal with that Nocturne if he gets fed. He just gonna send the rift into darkness, so I should say, and then everybody's gonna be freaking out, wondering where he is.
I feel like it's not a bad pick into Caitlyn because you can get on top of her and stop any traps or her slow from stopping you from keeping on her.
Yeah, look, exactly. As long as there's no real vision around, Caitlyn, you know, she's not gonna know when he's coming. So as soon as he pops that R, if Caitlyn's alone, she's one dead ADC. Throwing back to the bans here. The final three bands for Kassar Group was the Volibear, Echo, and the Urgot. Metal's not going to get Urgot this game.
Yeah, they target banned a mid laner in Echo because Graves could actually go mid. He has been going mid in pro play recently.
Nah, that's going to Babip though. That's 100%
I'm
going
pretty
to
sure
Babip.
it's jungle. So if they're banning an Echo, that means that they're banning that away from the mid laner, and the Urgot is a top lane ban, which means that Team Kasai believes that this is a Pantheon support.
Yeah, it's looking like it at this stage. We'll
That's
see
their
what
mindset.
see what Tegan picks up here next. So Cash Money gonna be picking up LeBlanc in the mid lane. Let's see what they can pick in response to this.
I'd be interested to see. LeBlanc is a very strong laner. What kind of pick are we? Is it something to counter it? Is it going to be a lane pusher? Okay.
Viger.
It's not the worst because she can't really jump into you if you just put a cage in the lane, which is very restricted with a W because it will stop on the cage itself.
Yeah, I'm no mid lane man myself, but to me this feels like a fairly somewhat safe pick from Good Vibrations. You know, pop out the cage, you just stop the LeBlanc Wing in and getting the chain off just to pop you. Final pick there coming out for Metals is the Renekton. You can only assume that's going to be the Renekton in the top lane.
Yeah.
See what Kassar Group has into. See what Gulia picks up here for Manu to round out the last set of.
I feel like the
picks.
Viga is also going to be extremely weak against the Nocturne as well, because Viga puts a cage down, Nocturne just darknesses and press W and just dives straight through. Set coming out for top lane against not that many tanks. I guess he's still just a strong pick, but
he's a very strong fighting pick into this comp, and look, I think if they don't focus Set's just going to get tanky and just be able to ult everyone, and you know it's going to be something you don't want to be fighting late game. It's just going to destroy everyone, especially if Renekton falls behind early game.
don't you build more damage on Set top? I'm pretty sure Set jungle and Set support are the tanky build people.
Quite
And top
possibly.
lane
I've
you
never played a game of
rush.
Set in my life, so
Play the Ruined King.
wouldn't know.
So I don't know. They really don't have a lot of frontline. Set is their only frontline.
Yeah, Set is their only frontline, so they're going to want to protect him, and they're also going to want him to get ahead as well, so the Nocturne can, you know, flank and engage from the back lines. But yeah, we'll see what happens. I'm also keen to see how Good Vibration plays out this lane as well, because, you know, Vigar scaling with their AP scaling, oh, that's going to be huge if he can land something off late game. You want him to get his items, and you want him to get fed as well, so he can just pop Lubu, he can pop Ashe, get those carries dead, and, you know, the Weekend Warriors Academy are going to have a good time.
The 2v2 in the early game, I believe, it might go the LeBlanc favored, like fighting over Scuttle Crabs and such in the 2v2s. I was thinking that Nocturne isn't really that strong early game and Graves is really strong, but LeBlanc is much stronger than Vigar.
Yeah, I think the mid jungle duo. Yeah, I think the mid jungle duo from Kassar Group is going to, you know, give them a I guess an advantage, you could say, over the Scuttle Vision. So we'll see if Cash Money is keen to rotate to help Lubu out there at all.
Set is definitely a gankable lane in the top lane. He has movement speed on his Q, but he doesn't really have a dash. When acting, he can just double dash in, stun him. Graves gets on top of him, gets that movement speed from his phase rush, and he can just run him all the way back down to the tower. So that's definitely a gankable lane for your boy Graves, Mr. Babip.
Smurfing all the way from China.
Yeah.
Any final notes there, Mayhem, before we wrap up this champion select?
Oh, I could talk all day, but final notes. I'm kind of leaning towards the Nocturne Ash team because that pick potential looks insane.
Yep.
But the scaling on the Vigar is pretty scary, so we'll see how that goes.
All right. We'll see how that goes, and thanks for tuning into this champion select. Just a quick one before we head off to a quick break to load into the game. Huge thank you to our sponsors for this event, Aussie Broadband, top quality ISP in Australia, and Truehaven Esports Academy. Great place that you can go to pick up some free coaching at the moment. Head over to our Discord and click the link to join and book your free session now. And with that, we'll be right back while we get into the next game. I'm live. Alright everybody, welcome back. Round number 2, the BSV Circuit Iron to Platinum Edition, week number 1. We have our contestants here, the Weekend Warriors Academy versus Kassar Group. Let's zoom in, let's zoom out on that action so we can see it a little bit more. Cheeky
Josh,
invade.
There's an invade.
Yeah.
There's an invade, Josh. The stun comes out, but you have the flash. Okay. Old Vigar W would have landed that because it was instantaneous. Glad that shit got removed. But starting W in mid lane against LeBlanc, he is very open to getting poked out. They're going to just swap and take the enemy's red buff. So a little bit of a trade out. They got the flash from Manut. And again, like I was saying, the Graves can gank top, and now it's a flashless top laner.
Yeah, so it looks like here as well, you know, they've realized Babip's on the red buff of the of the red side there, so they're actually just going to trade buff for buff. So there's no real, I guess, loss for anyone other than Manu blowing his flash. I don't think anyone else lost anything there. Yeah, it looks like it's just Manu with no flash.
I'm curious to see the pathing of the junglers here. How sneaky do they want to be? Does one of them run straight to the red buff and to the blue buff of their enemy and try and fight them there? Okay, we've got both of them taking Krugs. They're both just going to clean out each other's red side. And I guess vertical jungle, which puts Graves up to the top side near the flashless top laner.
Yeah, so they're actually, pretty smart at the moment. Lubu's taking his Krugs now, and Babip's also taking Lubu's Krugs as well. And Lubu's pathing right down for the bot lane. They got to be careful here.
I doubt it, but okay, we'll see what happens here. Nocturne comes in, and he has a spell shield. He does have damage. He does have the red buff slow. Oh, he goes in for the flash onto the tower, and first blood is given over. On Caitlyn. That's so bad.
Lubu, buddy, you can check out our sponsors in the Discord. There's one in there for you. Yeah, not sure what Lubu was thinking there. Red buff does, is a nice bit of damage in the early game, but yeah, that's buff transfer complete.
Yeah. Okay, he almost got it. The heal went through, and then after that, I guess he thought that maybe the auto attack would be enough to burn him down. But even if it was, he still dies. That's given over red buff to Caitlyn. Even if he gets the Pantheon kill there, trading jungler and the jungler's buff for a Pantheon.
That just puts Lubu so far behind at the moment. He's got no flash now. He's lost his red buff. I don't even think he's got he didn't even get his blue buff here. He's coming straight back down to bot and over to you, Mayhem.
Yeah. He wants that red buff back, dude. He's going on the support, though. He is going to get a great snare there by Gilla? How did you say that?
Gullia. I'm not sure. We can just say Morgana. So Lubu comes back down. He skips his blue buff, gets the kill back down, helps his ADC get the kill back down on bot lane, but he kills the wrong champion. He doesn't get his red buff back.
That's fine.
He's still 8 CS down in total.
Okay, Renekton. Buddy, you're pushing too much. Your jungler wants to gank you. Okay, here we go. The box, it's down. The bot can't get out without using flash. Graves comes in, does a lot of damage. Who ignited this then?
I think Babip's lagging. Damn. I think Babip's lagging a bit from China. He just stood still in the lane there. But Vigar ends up getting the kill there. Has to burn his flash though. But also so does Cash Money D. He has no flash as well. And
yeah.
Graves also loses his ignite there, but it helps in the kill. He gets the assist, so not necessarily a bad trade.
Good roam there by Lucifer as well, coming off of the bot lane. Not burning any summoners from him. As a Pantheon support, you really need to get something done and get ahead, because there are way better champion support than Pantheon. But if you're ahead on Pantheon, you are scary.
Well, he's actually a level up on his ADC at the moment. He is. He's got the level 4 over the level 3 Caitlyn.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
How did he leave lane? Caitlyn got solo farm and got a kill.
Oh, it's even now, but Lucifer just a little bit ahead on the XP side of things.
That still doesn't make sense to my brain, though.
Yeah, I don't know. But Cash Money D keeping good vibrations at bay there, pushed all the way up right where he wants it. He's got vision on either side of the dragon pit, so either side of the lane, so he can see if Babip's going to come up from the side there. But clearing a little bit of vision to prepare for the dragon. Bot lane also getting their wards in to help deny it. No one really going for it at the moment.
I love the control that red team has over this dragon side too. They have complete control over this river, and with the aggressive nature of LeBlanc, she's just had a bunch of prior mid, and she's been bullying like this. Oh, stun off, bit of Q damage maybe.
It's pretty even in
the auto attacks are really giving that trade some potency.
Yeah, pretty even mid at the moment. I'm gonna say, yeah. Only a slight CS advantage to Cash Money, but Babip's in trouble.
Oh no, he tries to solo the dragon, but there's just so much control in the river here by red team.
Gullia picks up the first kill.
Out. Morgana.
Lubu's in trouble here.
Just so on point. And as I say that, she misses one. But that's fine. The ignite and the all attack from LeBlanc will secure that. Getting kills on LeBlanc and getting kills on Ash are really good.
Yeah, in summary here, it looks
Unfortunately,
like
LeBlanc
Babip.
got it, but
Yeah, it looks like Babip tried to take the dragon. He got caught out, so he died, and then also Pantheon tried to help him, but he got caught out as well. So he's now not doing too good at 0-2 and 1. This is a free. This is a free Drake for Kosai Group, though. It's a nice
free
way to
dragon.
start getting back into this game. Swung the gold over into their favor just by about 500 gold at the moment. So a nice little advantage and a nice Drake to start them off, being the Cloud Drake.
I wonder what the build mid is going to be from your boy Viga, Good Vibrations. He's got that null magic. I'm guessing he's going to go Merc's Treads. But he's got the double Dorans, which is we've seen a lot of in pro play and stuff recently. A lot of health, a lot of regen. Really good for sustaining in lane.
Will he go the GLP? Did the Vigo go the GLP? I'm not sure.
Yeah, he's going to, but it's just interesting that he wouldn't rush straight for those Merc's Treads. Getting the null is fine, but for the reduction of CC on Nocturne and LeBlanc, you kind of really want to finish those Merc's Treads.
Yeah.
Or at least buy a mana item or something. I don't know. It's still fine, but we're keeping an eye on it. Okay, Renekton's finishes Bilgewater top lane first. That's a big power spike for him. It's still going to be going pretty even up there.
Yeah, it's pretty even at the moment. No, Bilgewater Cutlass advantage for Renekton, helping Babip take his blue buff there, so it doesn't get taken away. Oh, here we go.
To find the mid lane, Lubu's going in. He does just spell shield that wall and gives the freebie to LeBlanc.
Freebie to LeBlanc Mayhem, but 3/4 of his own health and a flash down. But look, in my eyes, that's worth 150 gold bounty onto LeBlanc. Another kill for her. Good Vibrations dead for another 6 seconds. That's pretty worth it in my eyes.
And somehow, this time, Lubu remembered to flash away from the tower.
Yes,
so
Lubu.
that helped him stay alive.
You've learnt.
Babip's going to be selling up this Rift, as that's really his control right now is the top side.
So Cash Money knows it's happening,
should
though.
Be getting a bunch of kills on set.
So
Cash
Babip...
Money, I think he might be just going up to... How did that happen? Alright, we got the fight is breaking out. Oh, this Ignite is just so strong. How do you fight Graves with Ignite? Flash is good and all, but the strength of Graves in a 1v1.
Babip, you're in trouble there. Manu taking down Babip, but Babip ends up taking the Rift Herald, so I don't know if that's worth a second death, but they secure it nonetheless. So let's see what they do with it.
So how did LeBlanc see that Rift, by the way? Did she use the tree? Glowy tree?
I'm not quite sure, but as soon as Babip knew it was happening, because Babip started, or someone started pinging Mia on the mid lane, so I think it might have just been a lucky roam up. I'm not quite sure if there was any vision on it. But it was a good roam up nonetheless.
They haven't seen Graves in so long.
Yeah, it was a good roam, and it worked out, but unfortunately the Kosai Group lost the Rift Herald, but I don't think it's too much of a concern at the moment. There's still 1.2k gold up. Have a Cloud Drake and 3 kills as well. LeBlanc's slowly building up a nice CS lead as well. 13 in favor of LeBlanc over Vigar at the moment, so nice little lead.
Yeah, this LeBlanc is going to be actually really scary, but she needs to translate this lead that she has into some more kills around the map. I don't know if she's going to be able to bully Vigar too much once she starts building up this his Merc Treads. He's been playing so safe the whole lane as well. LeBlanc really just needs to...
Oh, here we go.
Never mind. Get help from his jungler, and there you go.
Oh.
It's such little that you can do as Vigar.
Yeah.
Such a stationary mid laner.
Back to the bot lane. Tegan losing the heal there. 3v2. Just a few summoners burnt. No deaths yet. Good Vibrations losing his life again in the mid lane. It's not good for him. He's not having a good time now. LeBlanc now has a 300 gold bounty, so be a nice bit of gold when they, are able to kill or shut down LeBlanc. 3, 1, and 2. Got a game pause. Not quite sure what that is for. It looks like the support has rage quit. Not really sure
She's
why.
lagging,
She's lagging?
apparently.
I see.
But I think, honestly, the story of this game has been jungle diff. It's just the Nocturne has been converting so many more of his ganks into kills. Graves is... He's been farming alright, but even still, Nocturne's beating him. The mid laner and the support for red team have been doing an amazing job of keeping everything watered and cleared so that
Yeah.
Nocturne can actually make these plays as well.
Just have a quick look at the items and the CS for the top lane. That looks pretty much dead even to me. They've both got their bilge water. They've both got their tier 1 boots. They've both got a cloth armor. Both dead even to 80 CS. So except Manu has 1 kill over medals. Yeah, I agree. It looks starting to look like a jungle diff a little bit at the moment. Just with the exception of that, that first 2 minutes of the game where Lubu died to the tower unnecessarily. He redeemed himself, coming back, skipping his blue buff, picking up that level 2 gank again, or level 3, not quite sure. But unpaused now. Looks like the Morgana is back, and we're back into the action. Right.
Indeed, we are. Everyone's back on blue side. They're all just hanging out in base. The lanes have been shoved. Everyone is back. Look, there's 4 men back on red side too. That's 8 people in base.
Yeah, 8 people in base. A lot more blue team members on the map right now. Let's see what they're picking up here. Medals. You might be in trouble.
Oh, Pantheon's coming top too. Here comes Lucifer. Slam comes out from Manu. Will he be able to get out of here? The W is stacked up. He could do a big W here if it's going to be out, but I think he used it earlier. So down he goes. Good stuff here by Lucifer. Really making use of that ultimate. And he's got Moby boots too to run around the map and get that all the way off.
Yeah, and
free tower plating here as well.
Picked up 2 or 3 plates there. Rift Herald falling down now, and Babip's just going to take away some more of Lubu's jungle. Oh, there's a lot of ultimates and things happening in the bot lane. Tegan, you're in trouble here. Lubu popping the ult, and oh, that's not where you want to be, Tegan. Flash down. Heal still about 50% cooldown left. But that's a tier 1 turret top lane, the first tower of the game to Weekend Warriors Academy. Sorry.
Trying to answer back here on the bot lane as well. They're going to get a couple platings. They might even get the whole tower too with that extra wave coming in. Bit of a trade coming in mid lane. Manu's back top just farming his heart out.
Yeah.
It's still a fairly even game. The gold difference is like 900.
Looks like 1k on my 900 to 1,000 gold at the moment.
That's actually nothing, to be honest.
Yeah, not really much, considering 13 minutes into the game. But they are Kasar Group 4 kills up, 2 Drakes. 2 Drakes away from the Soul, and Weekend Warriors Academy is going to start wanting to, start to deny those Drakes away to delay the Kasar Group scaling as well. But if they don't do that, it might be all over more quicker than they know it.
And there's the ward battle we know and love from the bot lane. Almost resulting in a kill too. Morgana had to hit her snare then. It was almost death. Oh, Cash Money is reaching for a fight there. But in comes Babip. Oh, we got a double stun. Ash ult hits
double stun.
Caitlyn.
Tegan! Oh, no. Tegan, that was a valiant effort there, but no, that's not quite what you want to see happening.
That was actually really well played.
Yeah, it was well played. Just pretty unlucky.
Xanthrix goes for the Pantheon, who was jogging on away, and he also lands the stun on the other target. Morgana follows up by landing the snare on the other target.
Yeah. Apologies, my screen seems to have frozen for a little bit. We're back here. You may want to tune into my stream there, Mayhem, just to make sure we're all seeing the same thing.
I'm all good. I'm here.
Alright, so Ash Morgana backing up now. Manu just cleaning up the wave there after he lost his tier 1.
What's the next objective? What do we have going on?
So next objective, Rift Herald's coming back up in another 20 seconds.
Yep. Dragon for another
2.5 minutes. So yeah, they're probably gonna.
It's just going to be a lot of farming, to be honest, and itemizing right now.
Yeah, blue team's gonna want to prioritize this Rift Herald.
What is in Morgana's inventory, Josh?
Oh,
That's spicy.
she gonna go fast.
Yeah. Alright, we got Rift Herald up. Blue team is there and ready. I like Lucifer, dude. Lucifer's making me smile. He's making a lot of plays around the map.
He's making a lot of plays around the map. He's getting a little bit of lethality now, so yeah, he's gonna hurt. Poking Xanthrix doesn't do all that much damage just yet, but
Guardian though. Getting that Guardian is actually
Guardian
really big
diff
if they're
though.
gonna go in.
Yes, that's right.
Lubu, you're supposed to be trying to flank, not run at the front. What are you doing, man?
Yeah, Lubu, you need to flank there with your ultimate up, otherwise, they see you, they're going to be able to run away.
Ooh, good snare here by Morgana. I guess when it comes to team fights later on, Renekton's going to run in, and Zet's going to say, hey, your team is that way. That's where you're supposed to be. I'll pick you up and take you where you need to be, dude.
Yeah, Tegan's going to need to be careful of the set later on because, Caitlyn popping out with the IE, you really want to be positioning correctly, and I'll back over you for this top lane action.
Alright, Manu is in trouble. He's going to be using his ultimate. His W is still up. He uses it, and I don't really like the way he used it there, but...
Oh no, Babip!
Calculation by Babip!
Oh, that was close.
That was... because he bought Ninja Teddy before he went...
Oh, Lubu!
Lubu's going in mid, obliterating Tegan.
Lubu's just coming to redeem himself from that level 2 gank. He dives under the tower, picks up a kill, and he backs off this time.
Yep. He seems to have learned his lesson. Towers do an ouch.
Yeah, they're trading mid lane for some...
Oh no, did you see that?
Yeah.
Survived on like 32 health, and it got the charge off.
He got the charge off, and Kasagri, although they're up, focusing, up 7 kills, focused on mid lane that time, but they got to keep an eye out for top, because Metals is just gonna keep that split push going. And their inhibitor turret's almost dead, so they got to be careful and watch the top side of the map a little bit more.
Josh, the whole game is running towards Dragon now.
Oh yes.
Manu's up top with TP, so he can rejoin the fight too. His ultimate is still down from that little scuffle he just had.
Lubu
comes down, Lubu blocks it, but now he doesn't have spell shield. This is huge! A huge stun onto Ashe. Ashe gets wiped out.
That was a nice cage.
Cage. Wow, okay, we got Manu in the back line, just 1v3.
Manu's going deep. Doesn't pay off.
He's just trying to make the rest of the team sit back and do nothing, trying to zone them out, but the 1v3 when he's behind is not how it's going to be. He almost gets one. Bit of a scrappy fight.
Yeah, bit of a scrappy fight. Weekend Warriors Academy backing off. Doesn't look like Quasar Group is going to take that dragon at all. They're going for the safer option. Just Morgana, coming in to deny the vision. Maybe Lubu will rotate back down. And thanks, Edgy. It's actually pronounced Quasar Group, not Quasar. Quasar Group.
Quasar.
Yes.
I'm going to forget that in 3 seconds. That's because of my memory.
That's right. And I was right. Lubu's coming back down now to take that Drake. Does he get it?
He
gets it.
And Lubu secures it. Graves goes down for the attempted secure. In comes Lubu in the back line. Ticket flashes away. The cage is huge. The cage is massive.
Cage is massive.
Well, they're turning it around after the cage goes down.
Oh, Morgana misses her Q, but Renning...
Throwing it out the Q. Oh, this is you're on such low health.
This is just a coin flip.
What is going on? Everyone's so low. Morgana lands a great blinding. It's going to result in death unless he gets the kill. That was so close as well.
Can Morgana hit this bind?
I think Pantheon's out. He's got that speed.
He's got that speed.
Oh, Morgana, does she have the Shirelli?
Oh, she pops it.
Okay, never mind. Pantheon's gone. Bruce Fay should have stayed down in hell, dude. Unlucky.
Manu takes up Lucifer there. Now I see why that Shirelli is has come in handy there. What a... Oh, I've never really seen that item on Morgana, but it works, so... Good pick.
I'm excited for her to flash Shirelias into their team and ult them all and just Zonias.
Oh dear. She's gonna do
She
that
still
so
has
fast, they're not gonna
Stopwatch
know
up.
what to do. And it's not
The
that...
only one with 0 deaths.
And it's not...
Morgana
And
for
she's...
hero.
Yeah, she's still got a stopwatch too, so even if she goes, you know, deep into the team and gets the ultimate off, she'll be able to stopwatch out of it and, you know, save herself from dying. Protect that KDA. She's got a nice little bounty on herself now, 150G. I haven't talked about Xanthrix yet, but Xanthrix now has the 300 gold bounty with 2 completed items, 6 kills, 2 deaths and 3 assists, so not doing too badly at the moment into Tegan. 30 CS, about approximately 30 CS up as well. Nice position for Ashe.
1.5 items away from being really strong as Metals looking to take that 1v1. It belongs to be a sneaky boy in the bushes. Matter's getting jumped on mid lane as well. He's got the W still. When's he going to throw it out? Never.
That's
He's
how
too
you
bad.
use your end of the line, Babip. That's how you use
Lulu
it.
chucks out the darkness, but that doesn't help anybody. Oh, the root is the only thing saving Ashe from imminent death just then. They're going to re-engage on to good vibrations, and they're scared of his damage, which fair enough. The
So
exhaust
Ashe uses
comes
the
out
Enchanted
on
Crystal
Ashe.
Arrow, and good vibrations just seeks back to the comfort of the
Yeah,
tower
down
there.
the top lane, Caitlyn ult. Nice stun there on the only one that doesn't have black shirt. Well played by Lucifer. They're going to run him down. Babip. He has the jump up soon. The red buff will slow. Does he have the damage? He's getting slowed down as well.
Oh, that red buff burn.
On Ashe's red buff.
Not
Alright,
quite.
Ashe gets out.
Gets out, but it's a nice bit of advantage there in the top lane. Ashe's going to have to run back and reset. Luvia's on the other side of the map, so can't really come up to help. And the support, another 5 seconds before she's up. Set returning to catch the wave before it pushes in too far to this inhibitor turret. What have we got up next? So Baron is up and available. We have 1:30 until Quasar Group can contest for the Soul.
What support should really be running at that Baron right now, getting wards on it. Blue team has the advantage right now on vision around the dragon. I mean the Baron. They're posturing around dragon. It's got 1:20 to go. Luca's going to get another back off before we start. He has the darkness available. Morgana ult is down. Pantheon ult is down. Caitlyn ult is coming up soon. That's not really that impactful in team fights.
Yeah.
Caitlyn kind of really wants to throw that out to try and... Oh, wow, this is a great trade here in the top lane. Oh, okay. Renekton trades it right back.
Yeah, Manu's got to be careful though. Sitting there half health, but he's playing pretty confident. He's got the vision there, so he's going to know if the jungle is coming up. But Quasar Group prepping for the drag. Nice, denying the vision.
They have prior at the moment. Bot lane is pushing towards red
For the
team.
moment, yes.
It's just going to be a vision battle at the moment.
Yeah, because Weekend Warriors Academy doesn't want Quasar Group to get this, but you know Quasar Group really wants this. I mean, 20 seconds left, so they seem keen on getting it. Not the end of the world if they don't, but it'll mean Weekend Warriors Academy, you know, have no Drakes at all. So that's
Not catching this waves. These two waves bot lane has given the positioning to Weekend Warriors Academy, and Lubin just goes in the back lane. Snipes taken out of the fight. And good vibrations.
Babip's dead.
All the carries are dead. And that's going to be a fight one for Quasar Group.
yeah, that's sold to Ocean sold to Quasar Group. That's going to be so beneficial for, you know, Manu. It's actually just a generally nice soul dragon for everyone on this team.
Yeah.
Especially Set. It's going to work nicely on him. They're rotating up to the Baron. Metals.
That's a free Baron too.
Yeah, Metals there. Yeah, not going to be able to stop that. Renekton. Not quite sure what he's doing up there, but waiting to see if anyone walks into him. But he's just, you know, he's going to hide in the bush. Free Baron for Quasar Group. Yeah, he decides to back off. Smart move there, Metals.
Caitlyn might try and use Blue Water and ult. because Lubu is getting low here, but he's going to spell shield it, so it shouldn't be too droll. So, in that last fight,
Yes.
the blue team had a wave pushing under the tower, which forced the bot laners of Kassar group to go back and deal with that. And then Weekend Warriors, all of them rushed into the Baron. Actually, only 4 of them, because their Renekton was pushing mid. 4 of them ran into the Baron pit, and then havoc broke out. Everyone came from all angles and collapsed. The AD carry was on their backline, shooting Caitlyn in the face, while Nocturne was also jumping on her as well. You shouldn't really have your AD carry in range of the other enemy team's AD carry. It's not usually how the battle lines are drawn.
Oh, he channeled Crystal Arrow. Lubu.
And that's dead. That's a dead.
Oh,
rabbit.
did you see that damage
What
from
is that
end of the
damage?
line, though? 3/4 of the health from Xanthrix, but the Ocean Soul and the, Bork just going to heal straight back up,
I'm scared. What was that damage?
Oh, Pantheon ulting.
Where?
Mid
In the
lane.
middle lane. What is he
Uh,
doing? Is he trolling?
Lucifer, that's not where you parked your car, man. Oh, no. Cage
He
just
baited him.
misses, but...
He baited him.
Oh.
He's getting a bait.
Oh, no. Caitlyn ult.
Alright, the bunny doesn't land. Dash W is going to keep them away at bay.
Oh, I'm so confused.
What a strange fight that almost led to Luber's death. Good Vibrations getting caught out. The second chain misses. though.
Run, buddy.
That would have been a death for Good Vibrations there if that second chain man had landed. And we have Manu pushing top lane, going ham. He can do it. Oh my! The damage on the Graves here is so
Oh.
huge. He misses the W.
Manu doesn't even care. He's just going to ult him away.
Alright, he's going to be brawling here.
Oh,
with
here we
Nancy.
go.
The damage is so strong. His W might be up soon though. He's going to be aiming
Oh!
at the Graves. I knew that was going to happen.
The
And he
2v1.
gets the double kill. Redeems himself from the early game.
Oh, I honestly thought Manu was going to fall down there.
That Ash arrow snipe.
Oh, Mayhem, I honestly thought Manu was going to fall down there, but I underestimate Set's abilities so much here.
He's so
Wow.
strong
He
right
took
now.
the
The two items.
2v1, 732, 450 gold bounty. Oh, man.
His items aren't really that different. Oh my gosh, that's not about
Oh,
that's not a good
he's-
time for the enemy team.
He likes living
He's
life on the
right.
edge here in the Iron to Platinum tournament, Yeah, what's a health bar when you can throw out a Set W,
The
right?
more damage you do to Set, the more health he gets. He gets a big health bar back. And with that the Ocean Soul too, he's back up to full health. Weekend
Oh,
Warrior
yeah.
Academy is going down, and that's going to be the end of the game. Bit of cleanup kills at the end. The Nexus goes down. That was an insane game, Joe.
That actually was. And, let's just quickly talk about that one while I fix up the end of next game scene for here. That was some questionable plays by both junglers. I wasn't quite sure what Lubu was doing level 2, but Lubu in traditional Lubu style, he's redeemed himself. Ended up with 6-2 and 8. He's played pretty well here. So I'm impressed with how he's turned it back. 11 kills to 27. Ocean Soul. No Drake's taken by Babip. That's got to hurt their team.
The ward control on the bot lane is the story of that game, I believe. It just gave Lubu so much pressure around the map. LeBlanc had really good vision control. The support, Morgana, was just running up and clearing everything out there. Their whole bot side was totally controlled, which gave them the dragons. Babbitt
right.
did end up getting the Rift Herald, but
He
unless you
did.
get a lot of damage done with that and early, and then try and pick up the second one. Playing topside really is not as strong as getting Ocean Soul. So they just struggled to get control of that bot side the whole game.
Yeah, it's actually crazy. Set taking out the most damage here, topping the damage charts with 16,564 damage. Wow, Set does a lot of damage. That is absolutely crazy.
Yeah.
Oh wow, great effort to Weekend Warriors Academy though. Taking out game 1. That was it was a great game. unfortunately, they fall to Quasar Group. Quasar Group moving on to round number 3. I'm not quite sure who's up next. But Mayhem, any final notes before we throw it to a break for the next game?
I think we should just give out another shout out to the sponsors.
Yeah, definitely. Huge shout out to all the sponsors for this event. We have Aussie Broadband sponsoring us here, and True Haven Esports as well. Details of them are in our Discord if you'd like to check them out. Feel free to ask us any questions if you want to know anything as well. Wrapping
Grab that free coaching session.
Yeah, grab that free coaching session in True Haven. And that'll wrap up game number 2. BSV I2P Platinum, week number 1. Don't go anywhere, because we are right back with game number 3 shortly.
See ya.
For now you can stay right here, we will play until somehow you can find a slightly different frame of mind. Right here in my arms, away from all harm, you'll be safe from all the flares, although I know you don't care. You can lift your head up to the sky, take a deeper breath and give it time. You can walk the path among the lines with your shattered frame of mind. Wish that you could always stay. We can wait right here and play until somehow you can find a slightly better frame of mind. When they say you will fall, you can reach nothing at all. Hide your tracks beneath the rind of a different frame of mind. Is that what you heard? Broken words in the dirt, yelling up into the sun. Here we come, here we come. Here we come, here we come. Here we come, here we come. You can lift your head up to the sky, take a deeper breath and give it time. You can walk the path among the lines with your shattered frame of mind. Wish that you could always stay. We can wait right here and play until somehow you can find a slightly better frame of mind. You can lift your head up to the sky, take a deeper breath and give it time. You can walk the path among the lines with your shattered frame of mind. Wish that you could always stay. We can wait right here and play until somehow you can find a slightly better frame of mind. And when the light comes through, when the day isn't new, then it will time for a new frame of mind. When all eyes are on you, you will know what to do, since you will have found your new frame of mind. When you lift your head up to the sky, take a deeper breath and give it time. You can walk the path among the lines, but always know that you'll be safe. I'll be here throughout your days. Come find me and we will play. As I fell to the ocean floor, fading light through an open door, I saw myself rise with the water. And they thought they could keep me down, hold their breath and watch me drown, but all they did is push me higher. We don't care what they say, we will be here all day. We'll stay until it's over, till the world's out of sight. We will stand, we will fight. It's not over till it's over. Through the nights in the rain, through the time and the pain, we stand, we'll never fall. And then at the end of it all, we will win, we will chant. It's not over till
Welcome everyone to the BSV Live Iron to Platinum Circuit week number 1, the second game of the night, I believe, and third game of the night. I am already getting things wrong at the very start of the cast for me. My name is Ewan Midnight Reed, joined by Benjamin Tico Lee. What will be hopefully a very exciting match here, Tico, as we've got Quasar Group, the victors of the last game we saw on stream, heading up against Reformed.
So that's not the only thing he's gotten wrong today, because our sponsor, I will touch on this later, but our sponsors for this tournament is True Haven Esports Academy and Aussie Broadband. Midnight here proposed that he was with NBN as soon as he found out that the Aussie Broadband was with us.
Okay, shut up.
Yeah, so as a little bit of background for you guys in the audience, our broadcaster, BSV Josh, has introduced to us Aussie Broadband as one of our sponsors, and he asked Midnight, do you know of them? Midnight's like, nah, I'm with NBN.
Thanks, Tico. I really appreciate my stupidity being showered for all the world to see here today. Coming into the game today, of course, we do have Reformed and Quasar Group, as we covered previously, powering through the first round of bans. And then I feel like I'm watching Worlds again, Tico, because I'm seeing Caitlyn being first picked.
Yeah, but I mean, Caitlyn's like strong in the meta. No matter, it's not relevant which tournament you're in. Caitlyn, she's got safety, she's got range, and she's got mobility with her net. She's the full package currently, and with the damage that she outputs, it's not a stupid idea to lock her in first.
And we're seeing, I'm having flashback to Worlds. The only thing we're missing at this point is an Ornn, because we've got the Nautilus, we've got the Shen. I'm almost expecting like a Lilia and a Syndra or an Orianna to come out inside of Reformed at this point. If we're truly, mimicking the world stage. Tico, as Quasar have gone for a bit more of an unconventional to what we would see to find as meta. Ezreal, who's up there, and of course the Nami, which I think is really interesting.
Yeah, definitely. So, I mean, range, sustain, safety, that's basically what a bot lane is in this current meta. Set, also potential to go top lane. Jungle, I mean, mid lane, you pick her into Zoe because set things. So really, all this comp is telling me is safety. Like, they've got hard safety on the Caitlyn with her range, with her, well, I'd say mobility, but she's just got a 50 cal net, which makes sure that she puts like a little bit more distance between her and her aggressor. But you've also got the Ezreal and the Nami. You got a lot of sustain. You got tons of damage, poke damage as well from the Ezreal Nami. So what they really want to do is keep their distance from the Nautilus. I mean, that's the entire aim of the game down on the bot lane. Make sure that the big, tanky guy in a suit that's supposed to be underwater but actually isn't underwater stays away from you, so that the fish can, stay swimming.
Yeah. And this is a challenge, Twitch chat. Why is Nautilus in armor? We'll come back to that at the end of Big Bands. I spend way too much time reading League of Legends lore. I need a hobby, dude. As we hit the second...
It's not armor, it's
a diving suit.
It's a pressure suit. It's not really armor.
Yeah, no, it's a diving suit. That's why he can tower dive with impunity.
Oh, okay, yeah. That's funny. That is hilarious. I am so proud of you, Midnight.
I am a comedy genius, and no one will tell me otherwise, Tico. As we power through the second round of bans there. Nothing too surprising. Okay, Jesus, there's a moo coming out.
Sorry, you were saying?
I'm pretty sure, doesn't Lubu play a ton of Amumu? It rings a bell because it rhymes. I might be wrong.
Lubu's Amumu is gonna come out
in
true.
All Reformed are missing is Lilia, and they're mimicking worlds. They're close enough.
Yeah, they're really close.
Giant troll, weird looking fawn creature. They're in the same ballpark for me.
No, really not.
Yeah, they are.
But Lilia, a troll and a fawn. Okay, look, no. But they're both relatively strong junglers, and all memes aside, I mean, Trundle is still relatively good in the current meta. However, the problem why you don't really see him in the top tier plays is because he does a lot of damage output and not too much utility. Like, what he is a pseudo tank that does damage. Lilia is more utility, which is why you see a lot of Lilia in top high tier plays. and I wouldn't be surprised if we see more Lilia in the BSV tournament as well, is because Lilia does so much for her team. She's got sleeps, AoE sleeps, like Zoe's now a discount Lilia at this point. The reason why you don't see Trundle instead of Lilia is because Trundle really isn't as impactful in terms of helping the rest of the team out.
Because he gets relegated to the tank role nowadays. So he'll go for a Cinder Hulk. Typically his first item beyond his jungle enchantment is a Knight's Vow. Like, it's heartbreaking to see what was the king of top lane relegated to, yeah, you're basically just like the support of the jungle. You know? Like, that's heartbreaking to me to witness. This is a fall from grace.
I say fall from grace, but you know, if you get put in the jungle, like imagine you're a champion, right?
Okay,
Zoe-
I am the weird ginger demon thing, got it.
Imagine you're a champion, and you move. You're like a top lane king, right? You do so
Okay.
much at the top, and then you sort of get buffed a little. You get nerfed a little bit, and you get put in the jungle, right? You still can't take anything away from the fact that you've been put in the jungle, because that means that you have more impact around the entire map. You can help your team out a little bit more. Trundle is helping. I still feel like Trundle is more impactful as a jungler purely because of his ice pillar, his pillar of ice, to make sure that he can get his ganks off properly. Pair that with his ability to get on top of someone really quickly. You don't have to have too much setup in your lane just to be able to get an impactful gank off like you see from a Kindred. You know, even the likes of a Lilia, you still need a little bit of setup from your jungle, from your laners. With Trundle, you can do that all by yourself, and I do think that Trundle is a good pick here because you see the likes of Ezreal, Nami. You need to make sure that you have the ability to get on top of them.
Yeah. It acts as also, as much as I dislike seeing it, it's also an addition to what feels like a run them down style coming from Reform, because look at the amount of melee they've got. Trundle, Shen, Nautilus are beefy as hell and I'm not going to die. Then you've got Orianna who says, oh great, look, a 3-ball delivery system for me. When you can throw them on literally any of the 3 tanks. So I like Reformed. I'm just upset to see, again, the former king of top lane being reduced to basically a support in the jungle there. You know, it breaks my boomer heart.
Or, you know what you can do? You can be put in every single role like the set. Top, jungle, mid, 80 carry, well, not 80 carry, support.
Yes.
I mean, you can run him 80 carry, but please don't.
I mean, we were saying, if guys have been watching Worlds, I'm pretty sure we saw Wukong bot lane last game. Making the Splice Mad Lions series. Because I think it was like a farming center or something.
All right, but
So-
guys, we are gonna stop the memes there. We're gonna get right into games, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with game number 3 for the BSV.
I'm running away from the past I left behind. I'm looking for answers, but I'm blinded by the light. I'm lost in the music, can I stay here for the night? I promise I'll be gone in the morning, out of sight and out of mind. Out and touch the sky. A star's light shines on long after it dies. Oh, in the night, I live every day as if it's your last. Our memories been bright like beacons of the past. Oh, in the night, now we race against the sun. Now we race against the sun. Ooh.
we are into the third game of the night here, where Reformed are facing up against Quasar. There was a little bit of a delay, but we are right into it, Tico, and it looks like we're going to get some fun, explosive early game, as I'm seeing a 5-man invade topside.
Run, set, run. Little Birdman doesn't know how to fly, so he either has to run now or he is going to die.
Flash. Oh, whoa! As if that hits! He's not happy about that one. He does hit the flash and will get out alive. So they're not really happy with that, but that was a phenomenal hook by Super.
That is what we like to call in the community a lollipop hitbox. So, like, you may have noticed that, or you may know that there are such things like the Blitzcrank hook, the Thresh hook, and the Nautilus hook. The problem is, however, a lot of the time, the hitbox at the very end of the hook is a little bit larger than the rest of the skill shot. So you tend to see stuff like this, where it goes around the terrain and hits whatever is behind it. It both can also apply to the minions. It can go around minions and hit the hitbox that's right behind the minion rather than actually hitting the minion itself, which is, you know, a whole different matter when you're going up against a Thresh who knows what he's doing and knows what the hitbox is like.
Or your Thresh, where for some reason you decide to bring Smite bot lane, smite the minion and hook the, like, start the queue, smite the minion, and get them because they're not ready, because why the hell do you bring Thresh with Smite, Tico?
I have never played Thresh with Smite in the bot lane. However, AD Thresh is a good thing. You know, one-shot Thresh, Dark Harvest, with Infinity Edge, Storm Razor, and Rapid Fire Cannon, because why not? But we don't have a Thresh in this game. We're bringing it right back to Team Reformed and Quasar group. Look, when we look at the bot lane, we talked about it before, but I do think that the priority does go in favor a little bit over to the side of the Quasar group, because they have the range, they've got the sustain. All they really need to do, as I said, avoid the Nautilus, make sure that he doesn't have the advantage. They have the level 2 advantage. Oh god.
Yeah, does manage to dodge the hook there from the side of Quasar, so they'll be happy, but they still have to deal with the early pressure. Caitlyn is, I'd say, almost infamous at this point for bullying you in lane, pushing you under your turret, getting that 20 CS lead, and all of the juicy gold from the turret platings. As Super, he's feeling it, but he does get caught up by the bubble and will be forced back away, taking quite a bit of damage for his work. But Xandrix isn't exactly able to fight. What the Super?
Interesting.
Super's feeling it right now, Tico. That's what that was. That was a flex flash.
Yeah, well, I also think that it's a flash to make sure that the Ezreal Q doesn't hit his and Caitlyn. However, she wasn't anywhere near being low enough to, you know, justify a flash to block his Q. But each to their own. Each to their own.
It is purely a flex, Tico. Like how we're seeing in this top lane of Virus just flexing on Manut. Because...
Man United.
Wait, what?
We'll talk about that later.
No, he's getting ganked now in a 1v2. Once again, the hitbox go a little bit wide. He does get the Shadow Dance Taunt, the flash to the safety, but Lubu is not letting his prey anytime soon. He may be forced, the turret is so close, but the final bandage, Todd secures first blood on the top side of the map.
A beautiful gank coming out from Lubu. Okay, so it's not there's a D at the end. All right, so it's either Manu, or Manu, and then PD. You can pronounce it however you like, but it's not Manut.
I just think it was another one of those silly names. So I'm like, screw it, I'll play into this one. What was it, Manu?
Manu.
This is the problem with being dyslexic and seeing names for the first time. It's just like, what is this? Like, am I reading Egyptian hieroglyphs? It doesn't engage on the books like Julia is in a lot of trouble. The Ignite's down, force the flash to safety. And these Nautilus hooks, Tico, you said they have to be careful. Well, one hook equals a flash being burnt by the support.
Yeah, but Guila has to be careful. I mean, wasn't in front of a minion. Fitz.
Lubu, how's your jungle going, mate? Fitz is feeling this one, and a beautiful pillar will force you to take the awkward way round. Fitz has no mana, and I think that's mainly the only reason he has to give up the chase.
Yeah, but I mean, the troll doesn't have to rely on mana. However, you do need to make sure that you have that to be able to, you know, keep chasing after this lonely mummy, but doesn't matter. I mean, think about it. I think that League of Legends big brain to Mumu, because the jungler seems to be the most lonely role, because you're doing this all by yourself, right?
Well, yeah, nowadays it's the lonely roles. as Cash needs to be a little careful. You ain't no tally is what we're seeing in mid lane from this Galio here. As
Fitz
is one hit away. Dragon, come on. What you need to do, Dragon, is you need to turn around and you need to just shoot Fitz in the face with your fire breath. Come on. That's what we all want to see. Unfortunately, we are all disappointed in that regard, except for maybe Fitz, who gets to live as his team Reformed does secure themselves the first Dragon of the game at 5 minutes.
Yeah, no, smart plays coming out from the Nautilus to make sure that he's the closest one to the Dragon to aggro it instead of Fitz doing so. I think Fitz could have been able to keep hitting at that Dragon. However, didn't necessarily need to. There was no one contesting it from the side. There was no one, from the side of Quasar group. So definitely no contestation there. Did pick that up quite easily and now is going to be able to pick up the rest of his jungle, head towards top side, and I wouldn't be surprised if he does decide to get a gang over onto Manu.
Yeah, you would expect it. And something that's a little bit interesting for me is Fitz has decided to go for a bit more of a damage build. Unlike the support, jungle build I was talking about earlier, he's building towards a warrior enchantment, which I think is unconventional, but I must admit it's not unwelcome. I just do hope he doesn't, go for warrior and then just build, the straight, Knight's Vow, Locket build. So we'll see where Fitz does decide to take this one so far, as the game has sort of chilled out for a little bit, and I think part of that may be the 1200 gold advantage that Quasar have already gotten themselves, despite being a dragon down.
Yeah, well, I mean, they're doing really well to make sure that they maintain their CS. They have the advantage. A lot of the time you do see that it is sitting up, it is sitting between the junglers, and you can really see that right now. Mumu's got higher amount of CS and has more kill participation. However,
he's also not allowed in his jungle, apparently, is what we're learning with the TP coming in from the backside. This could be a bit of a scrappy fight as Virus arrives with that Stand United. Flash coming through for Manu to try to start the fight, as Galio has decided to introduce himself to the topic as well. But Manu is the first victim of the fight, but there should be more, as we are seeing Cash going on to Summoner, but Summoner will be able to fight back with that Pill to the Peacemaker. The disengage required. Use the Blast Plant Gun! A 3-man Shockwave as a final disengage. But guys, use the Blast Plant. It is your friend.
yeah, no, they didn't decide that they wanted to. I mean, they took their time to do so, but I'm surprised that Xanthrix was allowed to live throughout that. I mean, they did trade Flash for Flash, one on Xanthrix and one on Fitz, but I mean, it was very well timed. You can sort of orb walk away from the Trundle once he doesn't have any abilities left up. And meanwhile, we did see Guela also making sure of just peeling for Xanthrix just to make sure that Fitz didn't get on top of him. So really well played by this side of Quasar to make sure that they don't lose any of their players.
Yeah, no more than was necessary in that sort of play. And I think part of that does come down to cash money on the Galio. Yes, he was the victim of the fight, but his ultimate also bought so much space that, the bot lane of Reformed wasn't actually able to get involved. So that did work out quite nicely in their favor. But with a lot of things burnt, the Stand United, the TPs, as well as various other ultimates from both sides, they'll go back to their lanes. They'll try to go back to farming, as offensive is a little bit too close for comfort. And it looks to be almost a slow game, Tico, as we talked about it before, coming into this game. That's an AP Amumu. Oh boy.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about this before. There's a resurgence when it comes to the junglers and a lot of damage. And AP Amumu has been one of them. Obviously not very... Meta, yeah. It's not necessarily meta when it comes to solo queue, but definitely something to look out for, especially when you go into norms. I mean, even in ranked, you'll come across this sort of stuff because he does so much damage. AoE ultimate, which does so much damage as well. It's a lockdown. You can use it as a bunch of damage as well. And if you somehow escape from that one, you need to make sure you escape from the tears of doom that Amumu has decided he is going to cry his life about.
Yeah, and in my experience, playing any form of squishy carry, for example, the Caitlyn, sucks. We'll come to that in a second, as there may be a fire mage, such as it comes down. Shockwave lands on 2, but also does the Curse of the Sad Mummy. They're going on to Frugi. The Flash of the Arena gets them out to safety. The red buff will not be enough damage. And now Lubu is forced to run away, but those tears are for himself. He's gone down! he does get his hands onto Fitz before falling himself.
Yeah, that just reminds me of a little bit of a meme where he's like, call me an ambulance, but not for
Not for
me.
me.
He's crying about an ambulance being coming towards him, buddy, and then he kills out Trundle. AP Mumu things, by the way, guys.
It's disgusting. Make sure you play it in norms before you go and try it in ranked. This has been your public service announcement because, god damn it, I hate AP and Mumu and I don't want anyone to play it.
Yeah, well, I mean, you can do that sort of stuff in ARAMs as well, but just make sure that you know what you're doing. Make sure you buy Rabbidan's Death Cap, 40% CDR. Don't buy the Rabbidan's Death Cap first because that's not going to work out for anyone.
Like, you're telling me you don't buy Rabbidan's Death Cap first item in ARAMs? I'm disappointed in you, Tico.
I'm not even going to justify that with an answer, Midnight.
You know what, after this, we're going to play ARAMs, and I'm going to do nothing but build Rabbidan Death Caps regardless of the champions I'm playing. AP Jinx, let's do this. As Reformed have decided to be more proactive around the map still, despite being 2,000 gold behind their opponents, they are still somehow being allowed access to the Dragons number 2 under their belt here. For it's not a risk of dying to this particular dragon. But we may see a risk of death on the bottom side as Super has been caught out of position. The rest of the follow-up is there to stand united as well as Heroic enters being on top to ensure this kill goes over. Fred's in a lot of trouble. Summoner is trying to do what he can in the backline, but the fears are coming through, the taunts are coming through, and the fight is going in favor of Reformed. They had the numbers advantage as Manu didn't or couldn't join.
Oh, I mean, that was an early TP, but that is fine, Virus. He made sure that he went straight towards the top side to make sure Manu wasn't doing some detrimental damage to his turret. I mean, that doesn't really stop Manu, does it?
Manu, you gotta be careful, buddy. It is still a Shen with a taunt. And a Tiamat. Okay, he gets away. He gets out alive, Chico. Hooray.
He gets out. He's fine. He's totally fine. He does some damage to Virus as well. Hasn't completed the Blade of the Ruined King. However, once he does get that Blade of the Ruined King, it's going to be a little bit harder for Virus to be able to 1v1 him. But that should be fine because Pillar of Eyes.
Yeah, into Manu. He tries to get the showstopper up, but it will not matter. The only thing stopping will be his heartbeat.
Yeah, and he does try and pick up the kill there. He does try and turn it around onto Fitz, but I feel like that was just a little bit of a waste of his ultimate. But anything he can try to be able to turn this one around, because we all know the set plays is huge plays, especially if you knock them into, 2-3 members of the opposing team. It's an amazing time. But there was no one else around him, so he wasn't able to use Fitz against his own team. Now, off the back of that, Virus is able to get some push power on towards that top side. We get an opening around this Baron Pit as well for Fitz to be able to take out the Rift Herald as well. So it gives him a little bit more space to be able to breathe because Manu has been shoving in this top lane constantly. And we see the teleport still up. That means he hasn't joined in his team much as well. So with that, he picked up all 5 turret platings off the top side. He's got quite an excessive amount of gold in his pocket and is looking rather good for him. But what Virus needs to do now is to make sure that he maintains this, make sure that he doesn't allow Manu to continuously pressure the top side.
Yeah, and it's a bit weird to see top laners do that, especially nowadays. As we'll come back to them, Frugi is in a lot of trouble. This is a 3v1. The dive coming through. Frugi gets the shockwave off. It will not be able to save them, but at least they can make it a 1-for-1 trade. As another bit being died. Goodbye, Cash Money. That is very much not so your name. As Manu might be able to turn this around as well. Someone might be in trouble as Set with that Blade of the Ruined King. It has been used, but it will be enough to net him a double kill. He might be able to get out alive. A couple more hits will do it. The Shadow Dash Taunt is not the damage, but the Eclipse Blade will cut him down to size.
And they are able to get the mid lane turret off the back of that. Really well played. However, I still do think the Quasar group came on top from that one. They managed to get a kill down on the bot side. Yeah, 1-for-1. They also managed to get a couple more kills in the mid lane. And that was a dive onto the Galio and the Amumu. Oh, Galio? I think Galio was there. But, I mean, I still think that Quasar group did come out on top there because they managed to get a little bit more gold. They made sure that they opened up the map. Well, they didn't open up the map, but they made sure that they got a little bit more pressure taken away from the rest of the map so that they were able to get some vision down, make sure that they secure some vision around this dragon for the next one, which is Cloud, which does also indicate Cloud Soul is coming up as well.
Yeah, and Cloud Soul, I think, is going to be super important, ironically, most of all for Super on the Nautilus. The engage opportunities that it provides for the Nautilus. You can just throw it out. If it works, great. If it doesn't, well, oh well, you tried. As Lubu caught out a little bit of cash money maybe as well. Subject get dropped early as well as staying united onto the front line here as the reinforcements come in for the back line. Offensive has been caught out of position. He's forced to flash and cleanse immediately to get out of danger as Manu is getting a nice haymaker out, but will it be enough for the follow through as a slam dunk coming out from onto Virus there gets him down as the rest of the teams have been destroyed. The battle lines are in shambles, Tico. But an additional bandage shot from Lubu should be more than enough to clean up Fist when he eventually throws up. But he gets Fungi instead. The shockwave whiffs entirely. That is not the sombrero you should be wearing.
Definitely not. But it does give away some pressure.
Hendrix.
He's going ham, but he can afford to. It's fine. Ezreal's the adventure we all believed he would be. Xanthrix just making sure that they walk away from this dragon pit because that fight was basically the preparation. It was catching someone out over the preparation of the dragon, and they did that really well. Quasar Group did that really well to ensure that the members weren't anywhere near the dragon. It's lit up like a Christmas tree down around that dragon pit in favor of Quasar Group. So they're gonna reset for the fight. They got extra gold off that fight. They're gonna reset, utilize that gold, make sure that Ezreal's got 2 items. They got to make sure that the rest of their team, look, Manu also has 2 items, Black Cleaver, Blade of the Ruined King. So it just makes sure that they are ready for this next fight.
Well, they're going to have to be as Dragon is started up. Neither team wants to do anything as the teleport is coming through for a flank onto the Galio. What can they do? Can they get the Tally Special? As Dragon is taken down by the Caitlyn of all champions. As now the fight is breaking out here, and it does not look good for Reform as they are stuck in the pit. A 2-man shockwave means nothing as the fight is already lost before it gets channeled.
Yeah, and I feel like that was a mistake for the Quasar Group because even though they had a little bit of extra gold at the end of that fight, they did not have enough time to maintain control around that dragon to also then be able to, you know, as I'm saying, they weren't able, they didn't have enough time to make sure they, oh god.
Run, Oriana. The Blade of the Ruined King is down to get the increased speed. He gets slammed into the wall thanks to the Showmaker and taken down. That was not the teleport you're looking for, mate.
Nah. Yeah, it took way too long to get my point across. Way too long. They're like, get this over and done with, Ego. But as I was saying, they didn't have enough time to back and also maintain control over this dragon. So that's how Team Reformed got control. They didn't secure it the traditional way. The 80 carry secured the dragon. But, I mean, if that is the way that they secure the dragon, they're like, you know what? Why not lose anything for that? We got 3 dragons. We're on Dragon's Soul Point. So I'm not complaining.
I mean, complain, Tico, purely because, yes, they're on Dragon's Soul Point. That accelerates a potential win condition because the next dragon's in 3 minutes. It accelerates Soul, which is fantastic. But there's 2 things that worry me. Thing number 1 being the 4,000 gold lead in favor of Quasar, who are, you know, lack a single dragon under their belt. And number 2, and this is perhaps the more important one, yes, you're going to be on Soul. It's a Cloud Soul, though. Like, yes, it's good, but it's Cloud Soul.
It's Cloud Soul. It sounded so sad. As sad as Lubu is on this Amumu. But I do agree with you. It's Quasar Group are winning team fights.
No, Nami's out of there. There's no
Nami. Yeah, the fish should be fine. No rise underneath this Guela anytime soon. But as I was saying, there is, like, the past 2 team fights, Team Reformed haven't won any of them. They're 3 dragons above, and unfortunately, the 4th dragon, Soul, Cloud, does not necessarily help in terms of team fight. Yeah, it does give you a boost of mobility, but really, that's all there is. Like, it gives you also a 10% cooldown reduction on your ultimates. Again, it doesn't seem to be impacting how Quasar Group go, because Quasar Group, any of these team fights, they're going to be ready.
This one, as the top lane is being engaged on, the Haymaker is available. Shows up a user's reposition. Haymaker gets some nice damage, but the flash will simply not matter as the tidal wave comes out a little bit too late.
Yeah, but that was somewhat well played by Manu, because, I mean, he took out health bars from the Nautilus and the Caitlyn. Like, they're down to half HP. He utilized the Trundle against them, so, I mean, that's the power of set. 3v1 potential. If the Nami was there a little bit earlier, might have been able to turn that one around. Virus.
Needs to be looking because Corvus Shadow Dash can actually just be a straight solo kill for Virus. Can he take down Cash Money? He's getting close. This is Shen. I hate playing top lane in season 10, man. It's just tanks or tank killing tanks. There's no bruisers anymore, man.
I mean, Renekton's still a thing in the meta.
Yeah, but no one plays Renekton because Shen just destroys him. Like, it's
That's why you
heartbreaking.
ban the Shen. Because Shen, I mean, a lot of the time you see Shen being banned or picked because, I mean, even though it's boring, it does so much for the team. You got global ultimate, which makes sure that your teammate, one teammate of yours, which usually is the mid lane hyper carry or the AD carry, usually have an AoE shield from anywhere. And that's a Shen, and he's also able to teleport himself. Like, there's so much power within that ultimate to make a 1v1 into a 1v2 or a 2v2 into a 3v2. And being able to do that from anywhere across the map is why Shen is so powerful. On top of that, you also have Tiamat, which allows you to get some 1v1 fighting damage as well as just split pushing power. There's just no reason not to pick Shen in this current meta.
Okay, but there is one, which is I don't like him. Alright, that's the thing. A banish shot coming into the backline. There's a two-man stun coming through. Offensive's out of the fight before it even begins. The pile-on coming in from Quasar is more than enough as Reformed are taken down. A double kill in the back pocket of the Ezreal.
Yeah, and that gives them a little bit more power to be able to get priority around this dragon. And I think that this is a mid-game power spike that Quasar group are going for because, I mean, a Mumu catches them out, Galio gets on top of them just to make sure they a little bit of extra time for them not to be able to go anywhere. So now, Fungi needs to be careful. Needs to be really careful here.
He's getting two-man Goon Squad in his own jungle thanks to the distance, so he will be able to get out without too many issues. But I think part of the issue is that there's no way of stopping Lubu's AP and Mumu from engaging. There's oftentimes, as we saw before, even if you do catch on to one of the tankier members of the team, such as the Bandage Tosh onto Fitz, he can still engage without any issues. So Offensive is going to be forced. Like, look at Offensive's itemization. He's trying to get his hands on that beautiful, beautiful Infinity Edge that all AD carries, you know, adore with every fiber of their right-clicking heart's being. But not only is he... actually, he should be able to afford it, actually. Let's take a look at the goal. Yeah, he has enough for an Infinity Edge. But there's a fun fact about Infinity Edge, and I don't know if you know this, but Infinity Edge won't save you from an AP and Mumu one-shotting you.
No, but if you kill him first, that is the best CC. Oh, wait, no, that doesn't apply to this situation. Hold on. If you kill him first, you don't die. Yes. Yeah, that is the one we're going to stick with.
But Amumu's doing both of those. Amumu is not only CCing you, he's also killing you at the same time. So... Summoner offense, you are going to have to play very carefully, as all it takes is one bandage toss to take you back to Fountain. And speaking of, we are seeing Lubu walking a bit too far forwards, forced to flash, will be able to get away, but that is like the third or fourth time we've seen Lubu just like go exploring in the jungle by himself and being forced to burn his flash.
He's a lonely mummy. Let him do what he wants.
No, I don't do what he wants. I'm seeing an engage coming out. Two-shot barrage across multiple members. Tsunami running some nice time as well. As Shockwave not letting a member teleport coming into the backline. Nova extension coming out from the likes of Reform as they are slammed down, trying to do the best, but Manu simply cannot do this fight alone. He'll take down one. That will be all he can do. Although reinforcements may make this one a little bit more as Fitz gets taunted up and taken down. Another member of Reform fall as Lubu doesn't die. He doesn't give a damn.
Yeah, even though he might not be a tank or building towards tank, he's still got those base stats that do boost Amumu to, you know, him not being one-shottable. But, however, he's also building a little bit of health with the help of Leandri's tournament. Okay.
Getting caught, slammed into by the Galio, and oddly enough, the team has decided to abandon the Baron. And they can't even, they don't have time to go back on it. They're going to be forced to reset.
I mean, that is smart play coming out from Team Reform. Does allow them a little bit more breathing room in terms of objective control. It does also, because we know that the Quasar group, they did use quite a bit of their ultimates just to be able to win that first fight. I do think that if Team Reform do decide to go for a fight there, they also have the Baron on their side to be dishing out a little bit of damage to their backline, which does really help Virus and, you know, whoever the backline divers are, which is Fizz, Virus. You can count Nautilus with a scuba suit, but I really don't think that he'd want to be on the backline when there's no one peeling for his backline. So, you know, it does give them a little bit of a heads up to be able to get some breathing room, make sure that they can get their items, get the Infinity Edge on the Caitlyn, and then work from there.
Looking at everyone else's items to boot, Tico, we're seeing some really important ones coming through. Set with his 3 items ready to rumble for any fight. I think he's pretty much unassailable when it comes to the side lane dueling now. And Oriana has hit her 2 items as well. Of course, the Saracen Brace, sorry, as Hendrix is getting caught out a little bit, but instead his reinforcements have arrived. And junglers, you must start behaving more.
Yeah. I mean, he walked up, saw the Ezreal, didn't have any vision around the rest of the place, and he got flanked by the Amumu, and there was a Nami on the side as well, and they were just like, no, my AD carry's staying alive. Leave him alone. He's mine.
And with the jungler dead, that could just be another start of Baron. There's no real reason why Quasar don't just start this up. It either starts a fight that they have a numbers and a 5,000 gold advantage to, or they get a free Baron.
And it does look like that Team Reform want to go for a fight.
Nice coming on to Xandrix. The Shockwave lands on 2 members and it is not the backline, as Lubu is low but not taken down as Virus, the first victim of the fight there. As in this backline, Manu found his openings there. A double kill for the side of Xandrix at the end of the day. And flash forwards, he's feeling himself. Call him Raze on this Ezreal, as he has no fear diving forwards.
I mean, I get the premise of that, Lubu getting caught out.
Lubu, no, not again, buddy, get out of there. Fitz now forced the flash, but he gets bandaged, tossed and taken down. This Cash Money is looking for his next victim of Fungi, but Fungi gets that in one piece.
Yeah, and as I was saying, I get the premise of Fanthrix trying to get a flash kill off the back of that. I mean, he flashes, if he lands a Q, then he's going to be slowing down the Oriana with the help of his Iceborne Gauntlet. That's the one. I was going to say Frozen.
Ezreal, sorry.
Yeah, no.
Yes.
It's the safe Ezreal. Look at the team, okay? Look at the team he's playing up against. AD threat on the Shen, AD threat on the Trundle, AD threat on the Caitlyn, as well as their potential to dive on the backline. Iceborne Gauntlet is one of the smartest, if not the smartest, Ezreal item to go here, just to be sure that he has the damage output, has the CDR, as well as the safety in the backline, and he can make up for it with the rest of his items.
But
in terms of the damage.
But what if I tell you about Man Mode Triforce Ezreal?
So you're talking about Trinity Edgeblade the Rune King?
Yes.
Yeah, no.
I'm talking proper Man Mode Ezreal is what we're seeing there.
It also means one-shot the Ezreal.
Yes.
Because that's what Caitlyn can do. A 3-item Caitlyn to an Ezreal who's got Blade of the Ruin King and Trinity Force, his health bar is gone in two headshots.
Okay, perhaps. But it looks cooler. As this is the ultimate ambush by Reformed. Like, he's looking up, alright, I'm going to clear this ward, I'm going to bubble up 2 people, Galio is split pushing while all this is happening, Reformed. I appreciate the Fnatic Death Brush, but that one, yeah, that one's not going to fly.
No, it didn't work, and I think they smelled that one out. They sussed it out. They're like, yeah, Red wasn't an electrical with me. He seems pretty sus. Because they saw the Trundle in the Baron. They saw
Blue. Wouldn't Blue be sus in this case?
Oh, true. Yeah. They saw the Trundle in the Baron pit, and they're like, he's not going to be alone. Let's just make sure there's bushes and.
Hendrix, be careful, buddy. You gotta be careful. As both globals are on the bottom side of the map, TP and Stan United. We'll see what they can come in. As super offensive over the wall. A lovely combo though, coming out from the side of Quasar is more than enough to cut down their opposite numbers there, and there is nothing Reform can do but die as Summoner Offense. Goodbye. You were the last member of your team alive.
And they turn it around back onto Baron, which is a rather smart play. I mean, they've got the ability to take this one down with the Ezreal. They've put the Ezreal on side wave, well, mid wave duty, to make sure that they are going to be able to get these couple objectives. Baron and a turret and potentially an inhibitor to open up the map even more and make sure that Team Reformed don't really have an opportunity here, or have a smaller opportunity to get back into this game.
Yeah. Looking at the gold, Tico, that is the biggest tale. Yes, you were one dragon away from Soul, but unfortunately, you just fell too far behind. 11,000, soon to be 12, behind is Reformed to Quasar. And I like to call it the mark, Tico. 10,000 gold is where League of Legends becomes nearly unassailable when you are that far behind. And unfortunately for Reformed, they're going to have to pull off a miracle of a team fight, or even just a pick, in order to try and start recovering this game state.
Yeah, and I do think that that is one of their key ways of getting back into this game. Make sure that they are capable of getting a pick out onto one of the members of Quasar group. You know, hopefully it is Lubu on the Amumu, just to get that objective control and make sure that they have more of an opportunity to secure these objectives. But, you know, as, you know, any League of Legends player, caster, coach, anyone, spectator, I want to see the 40% cooldown reduction on the ultimates. And that's in the grasp of Quasar group, because they've already got 20% cooldown reduction with the 2 Cloud Drakes, right? And that is so much CDR on ultimates, right? And then there's potential to get 2 more, 20% more cooldown reduction on top of whatever cooldown reduction they're building in their build. This is Lubu's wet dream here.
Yeah, this is the case where Lubu's looking up at the Lord saying, "Please, sir, can I have some more?" And instead of the Lord locking and saying more, he's like, "Yes, son, have all you want." With this build, I mean, he's currently sitting on, normally, what's he sitting on now? We can take a look. Like, mouse would work. Come on, mouse, be nice to me.
Press the X button.
The X button?
Press
That's
X.
gold. I want looking at its cooldown reduction.
C. No, just highlight his profile. Just
Yeah,
do
that's
anything to find out a movement.
He's 20% now, and that's not taking into account the additional cooldown reduction he will have access to. As we're seeing the siege with Baron and Reformed, they're in a rough situation here, Tigo. I feel like my first instinct would be they have to, like, catch out, for example, this group of 3 on the bot side, and you have to go now. Like, that's your opening to come back into this game. But Super loses half his health just trying to get close, and now they look like they're going to commit for it, a 4 versus 3, but do they have the firepower? No, when that deal to Duran lands on that many people. Goodbye, Fitz. Goodbye, Super. Goodbye, Reform. There is nothing you can do now but die as Quasar run you over in your own damn base.
Yeah, and they also had the AP tanking that entire turret that entire time, and they were able to get 3 kills off the back of that. Everyone collapsing on this bot side. We saw the teleport from Anu, and they are going to try and get front guy.
Yeah, they're trying to... Shockwave will not matter, and Virus, your refuge is not a safety, as he is taken down too. The Nexus turrets crumble to the ground, Tico, and Quasar Group will be advancing after taking the victory over Reformed.
Very, very well played by Quasar. Realizing their power spike, they managed to get their Ezreal to 2 items. I think that was one of the changes, one of the essential changes that allowed them to flip the script and bring them to a 3 dragon equalized scoreline in terms of the dragon score, obviously, at the same as Team Reformed. But off the back of that, that does mean that the Quasar Group take the W over Team Reformed.
Exactly, and unless my information is aggressively incorrect, they will be advancing to the next round there. And I'm very interested to see what people are going to do here, because as weird as it is to say, I feel like you just have to get rid of the Amumu. It is so obnoxious to deal with, and it does everything. It tanks, it damages, it CCs, it kills, it takes your objectives, it takes you out to dinner when lockdown's over. Like, it does everything. So maybe for the next guys that run into Quasar, get rid of the Amumu.
Yeah, because even though Amumu is a little bit lonely, he might be able to take out the rest of your entire team. But that is the end of Game 3 between Team Reformed and Quasar Group. I don't exactly know who we're going to have for our fourth game, but we will find out very, very shortly. I want to say a quick thank you to True Haven Esports Academy and Aussie Broadband, Midnight Aussie Broadband, for...
You mean NBN, yeah?
A bit of both, for sponsoring this tournament. We will be back with Game 4 very shortly. Please don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Midnight and Tico for Game 4.
We at the top again, now what? We lay the crown, but count us higher than a mountain. And we be up here for the long run, strapping for a long one. We got everybody on one. Now you coming at the king, so you better not miss. And we only get stronger with everything I carry up on my back. You should paint it up with a target. Why would you dare me to do it again? Come get your spoiler, but we're taking over. We're taking over. Hey, look at you calling my name. You ought to know by now that we're taking over. We're taking over. Hey, maybe you wonder what your future's gonna be, but I got it all locked up. Take a lap now, don't be mad now. Run it back, run it back. I got bodies lining up, think you're dreaming of greatness. Send you back home, let you wake up. Why would you dare me to do it again? Come get your spoiler, but we're taking over. We're taking over. Hey, look at you calling my name. You ought to know by now that we're taking over. We're taking over. Hey, maybe you wonder what your future's gonna be, but I got it all locked up.
除了是傻子还有其他吗？我左右键盘琵琶在时间滴答着，还不够。你的固执让我来守候，哪怕太迟也不想以后。就在这时放肆的打斗。I got the heart of a lion, I know the harder you climb, the harder you fall. I'm at the top of the mountain, too many bodies to count. I've been through it all. I had to weather the storm to get to the level I'm on. That's how the legend was born. All of my enemies already dead. I'm born, I'm ready for war. They know I'm ready for war. I told them we're taking over.
What are you willing to lose? You cover your wounds, but
As the sun steps down and escapes the day, we'll calmly walk away from the fray. When structure falls and all else fails, we will build it once again. When the colors fade and it turns to gray, we'll calmly walk away from the fray. When structure falls and all else fails, we will build it once again. We can climb higher than before, or we could stand by while it burns to the floor, though we cannot fly. We will build and the wounds will mend as we build it once again.
And welcome back, guys, to the semi-finals here over at the Iron to Platinum Circuit. Week number 1. I am still Midnight. I am still joined by Tico, and we still have Quasar in the game, but up against their new opponents of IQ Gap. And this should be a very exciting semi-final series, shouldn't it, Tico?
Yeah, definitely very exciting. I mean, IQ Gap are running their really star-struck lineup. We got what?
I'm sorry, NASA's fan. I feel just naturally unhappy.
Oh, right. Yeah, okay, fair. I forgot that you were a Nasus one trick that never actually won any games. Garbage Can on the IQ Gap in the top lane. Trash Can in the jungle. Arcade Retro. Kiyumi in the AD carry. And Hiroge in the support role. I mean, we've all heard these names before, and so that's why I said it's a star-struck lineup. You got these people, these household names. I say household, but they're really, household only within the community. You know what I mean.
I know what you mean. The same coming in there as first round of bans. Tico have been rapid fire, and once again, Caitlyn has found herself in the first kick ban scenario, being gaved up by Xandrix. We saw Ezreal last game. We'll see Caitlyn out of him this time. As a brief look through the bans, it's nothing too out of the ordinary there. You see, outside of the NASA, which is a little bit weird, Volibear and Hecarim both been banned by Quasar, make a lot of sense. And up against them, a nice variety from IQ as Ashe is locked in. And I'm interested to see what they plan to pair up with the Ashe, because there's quite a few options that you can pull from.
Yeah, there are quite a few. I mean, a Braum does speak a little bit of volume to me, but into a Caitlyn also does make sense for the ace in the hole, that sort of thing. We have yet to see who the support is, so this does indicate to me that Arcade Retro might be picking up a support for Hiroge, or it might be a flex pick. However, I'm a little bit surprised that they didn't take away the Morgana, but I feel like that's what Quasar Group were going for.
Whereas I like, all right, let's grab ourselves Caitlyn Morgana. It is obnoxiously strong. All it takes is one Dark Binding, and there goes majority of your HP bar. Amumu is still available, so I would be a bit surprised if Lubu just didn't decide to grab that one again. He did really, really well last game, and instead decides to go for a whole different style of champion up against the Zac in the jungle matchup.
However, it is definitely a flexible pick. Nocturne we have seen in the mid lane. Last season we saw him in the mid lane. But we have seen a little bit of a surgence with the Nocturne up in the top against an Ornn. That happens from time to time. So if for some strange reason IQ Gap are going to pick a Ornn in the top lane, we might know where the Nocturne goes. But, there's also a chance it goes in the jungle where it's supposed to, well, I say supposed to be, but quote unquote supposed to be, is the jungle.
Yeah. This really confuses me. Is this a Nudia top lane or a Zac top lane? Because I don't want to envision either of them, if I'm being entirely honest.
There is a higher chance of the Udyr going top lane, and that does give a little bit of priority to the top lane as well, because Udyr is such a pain to deal with. I mean, AP Udyr is a thing in solo queue, so maybe that might show up in this game, because they do seem to be lacking. I say they do seem to be lacking a little bit of the AP compartment, but we haven't seen who the mid laner and the support is. So, there's a chance that this Udyr does go AP, does have some prior up in the top side, does give them that split push pressure, and give them a bit more priority up there.
Yeah, we'll have to see at the end of the day which lane that Udyr is going into, and of course the Zac who is flexing where. As we are going through the second round of bans here, Shen's Silas being taken away by IQ Gap makes a lot of sense. Those are obnoxiously strong solo laners to have to deal with. Up against them though, they're like, okay, well, what do we want to get rid of? Let's get rid of the support aisle, with Taric being the first ban, and I would almost expect maybe something, another support ban that is maybe something along the lines of the Nautilus, or maybe even the Tom Kench would be pretty good bans. But instead, they decided to go for the middle lane and slap down the Ziggs.
Yeah, well, here's the thing, though. We do see a lot of Ziggs being picked in the AD carry role. However, AD carry's already been locked in for the AD carry for Kiyomi. So, I mean, that Ziggs isn't going to go in the... That wasn't banned against Kiyomi anyway. But Arcade Retro is harboring the Corki. This is an interesting one. It's a safe marksman in the mid lane. Oh,
They'll swap it to the Cogmore, who can also be thrown in the mid lane, Tico. We're seeing AP Cogmore poking his nose up at Worlds, and it could be an Ashe. I'm now confused who's going away. My best guess is that it's Cogmore mid, Ashe bot lane, with Zac and Udyr interchanging between the top half of the map. That's my best guess at this point, because I don't know what IQ cap are trying to bring to the table, but it's the ultimate trick. If you don't know what you're doing, how can your opponents possibly plan around it?
exactly, and that's really, really fair as well. So, I mean, we look at the matchup now. It's Cogmore into Galio in the mid lane, which is a little bit worrying for the Cogmore, but that's purely because it's an immobile marksman in the mid lane. Yeah, he's going AP, but Galio does somewhat well. I'm not going to say really well, because Cogmore, if he keeps his distance, that's going to be devastating for Cash Money. But we saw how well Cash Money did on the Galio in the previous game, so wouldn't be surprised if we saw that resurgence again. Can I dab? Am I allowed to dab here? Can I?
There are no cameras, but I will know that you dab, and it will hurt my soul. I hate you. Coming in there as
Do you understand why I'm dabbing midnight?
No, okay, I've clearly missed the joke, haven't I?
Cause I called the Brom support.
I mean, yes, but I hate you. So, there is that.
Yeah, well, I mean, as I said before, I mean, the Brom does somewhat well into a Caitlyn, making sure that the ace in the hole, no damage is dealt with that ultimate. And basically, Brom makes sure that Caitlyn isn't going to get the snips off. Does a lot to protect the Ashe as well. He's got 2 marksmen to make sure that he has to take care of. It is a Udyr in the top lane as well, but I really want to highlight that Brom makes sure that Caitlyn ace in the hole isn't doing anything.
Yeah. And as on top of that as well, the amount of range that IQ have is a little alarming to me though. Because yes, they have the likes of the Cogmore and the Ashe, but AP Cogmore takes a while to be relevant, and you need to go for the correct build. Ashe's damage output is good, but she's not like the, oh my god, look at this massive DPS output, carry, new meta 1v9, clickbait YouTube video title level of carry.
Yeah, Samira level of carry.
Yeah, she's not Samira. So I'm a bit worried. Where is IQ's damage? Because it has to be from Udyr, who can be kited. It isn't Zac, unless you're playing AP Zac, in which God above save me. Cogmore needs to land his skill shots because he's going AP. And Ashe is good, but she's just an Ashe. So if IQ fall behind, that's where the alarm bells really need to start ringing, because if they lose one of their Cogmore or their Ashe very early on in the terms of being relevant in fights, IQ can't hold a candle to Quasar's composition, who have got damage threats galore.
Yeah, well, here's the thing, though. I mean, both teams are rather team fight oriented, so it's the question of who's got the better team fight, and it's 2 different sort of team fight compositions that we are seeing from these 2 teams. Quasar group, they've got somewhat of a burst potential. They've got a Nocturne to dive on the back line, they've got a Caitlyn to headshot, they've got a Morgana for the pick, and they've got a Galio to get, AoE taunts and a set just to make sure that the tanks are, not good for the back line. And that's sort of like an explosive team fight. However, when we're looking on the side of IQ Gap, they seem to be organized towards more of a drawn-out team fight where Ashe can get her DPS going. Cogmore has the ability to utilize all his abilities, as well as they got 3 tanks, or 2.5 if you count Udyr as a half. So a drawn-out team fight does seem to be more in favor of IQ Gap.
Yeah, but we'll see what they can pull off there from IQ Gap, if they can get these dragged out fights, or if Quasar will simply dive on top of them with the set, the Galio, and the Morgana, lock them down and take them down in the semi-final matchup here of the Iron 2 Platinum BSV Circuit, guys. As the semi-finals is about to begin, as you can see on the screen, the time is tick-tocking down, and we'll be with you when the game is about to kick off.
Cambridge to Boston, lives in a world she's lost in, victim of...
And we are back. It is midnight and Tico coming at you live on a, I forget which day it is, night.
So I was gonna say Friday, but it's actually Tuesday.
Yeah, like I was gonna say, coming at you live on the weekend on the radio. I'm like, wait, no, this is a weekday. Ewan. What are you doing?
Not even a Friday,
have,
it's a Tuesday. It's Tuesday.
It is. I know it's a Tuesday. I just forgot for a bit. Lockdown. I forget which day is reality now, man. Lockdown has just done this to us. As we're seeing both teams uniting as 5, the whole hand. As we're seeing the counter invade bot side ready for the side of a Q, and Quasar. They went for the invade and found nothing. Yeah, I was say, please just at least drop a ward when you're leaving. So I'll at least be able to see what's going on in the top half of the map.
Yeah, and we see that everyone's rotating towards the top side, just in case we do see like a sort of weird remainder of members from the Quasar group hanging around that top side jungle, but they should be fine. They will be able to go back to their own jungle without too much harm done towards their little blob Zac, because he's currently little with how much HP? Not much.
Not enough HP for most Zac players, I'll tell you. As the joy of the early game is that IQ's jungler has been scouted out, Tico. So Quasar know exactly where this Zac's early game will be, and they should be able to be able to track him a little bit better. As Udyr topside, Dark Seal starts. So this is likely going to be the AP version of the Udyr, which is always a little bit goofy to see, but we'll see how that goes for him. And Tico, the Cogmore, has done the best start in League of Legends.
Oh gosh, no.
Yes,
okay,
the
see,
Cull.
yes, no, the Cull is good for him to be able to get, technically an entire first blood kill advantage over his lane opponent in terms of gold amount that he gains after he finishes at 100 CS. But in saying that, he's missing out on the mana sustain that an AP Cogmore requires to be able to, wave clear. Because as a Cogmore AP in the mid lane, you don't have that attack speed to be able to take down those minions as effectively as, say, an AD Cogmore. So with an AP Cogmore, you do sort of need that mana sustain to make sure you deal damage to the Galio and is able to farm off the back of it as well.
Yeah, but what I think he's trying to do is he's trying to do the same strategy that a lot of Rise players do, which is come back to the second flash, force out of Mayu very early, get CC'd up with the elastic arms, but that's all that's really going to come from it there. As I was saying about Retro in the middle lane, a lot of Rise players will simply go for, I believe it's the refillables and the mana crystal. And it's basically trying to get to the tier as fast as humanly possible. That's what Retro's doing. He's trying to get access to that tier of the goddess, start stacking it up as quickly as humanly possible. As we see another move from Trashcan on this Zac, going for yet again another early gank.
Trying to get a bit of priority in the mid lane. But, I mean, as I was saying, not saying that a cold start is bad on the Cogmore and the rush for the tier, but he's got no mana.
Second Cash Money is feeling it with the immediate flash from Retro, but that's not going to save him as Ralph Wiggum calls, you've taken his catchphrase as a fight in the bot side's breaking out now. As Mayu buying time on the set, trying to do what he can with the duck biting lane from a maximum distance. Will get a little bit of disengage coming through. A beautiful haymaker gets the blob when it counts down, but a TP onto the flank. Xandrix realizes this is not the place he wants to be, but he at least gets himself a kill on the back of it before dying himself. Surely to God, one hit will do it, and it will be the elastic slingshot.
Yeah, tried to place a trap underneath that Zac, but unfortunately didn't get a good grasp as to the trajectory of how that blob was going to fly. So wasn't able to, stun up with the Yordle snap trap. But that does give a little bit of pressure away, and we didn't see it on camera, but the Kog'Maw was able to take out Cash Money with his passive, with the, undying little doggy there, and was able to catch out the rest of Cash Money for a return kill after death.
Like I say, the name of the Kog'Maw passive is such a contradictory thing, because it's called Icathian Surprise, but it doesn't surprise anybody because you all know it's coming. Like,
I don't know. There are some people that forget that it's a thing, so it's more like a surprise ability. Surprise! This is an ability, because we all thought Kog'Maw had a normal passive, but no, his passive is only useful until
if that's only useful
dead.
when you've died, at that point the team fight's probably lost. So
yeah,
I love the old abilities, man. There are some really just goofy old abilities. When you look at them, you have to ask yourself, like, why? Why did you design it in the way that you did, As Paranoia coming out, that's such an early level 6 by Lubu. He will look. The dog bites back in the mid lane.
Yeah, nope, that's unfortunate, but he didn't really have the backup of his mid laner either. Cash Money D was too far back to be able to help with that. Bot lane, however, Trashcan.
He's in trouble, but he has reinforcements. That Braum shield denying all of Caitlyn's damage. You talked about it. It's how impactful the Braum shield is going to be, and it has been so far. And hell, we're only 6 minutes into the game, Tico.
It's a glorious game for you, though, Midnight, because we're seeing 2 calls being picked up on the side of IQ Gap. I mean, I was looking at it. I didn't even notice the item. I just saw that extra 1 gold when Kiyomi picked up a minion CS, and I was like, oh, is that another call?
Yes, of course it is. When I'm casting every call, everyone should be buying a call. As Trashcan taken down low, he needs to make sure he recalls and buys himself a call on his next recall. As Xandrix might be in trouble here. This is what happens when you don't buy a call. As Xandrix will die, but so will Sase. On the backside now, Hiroge trying to use that shield. He flashes, abandoning his jungler to his own fate. Thankfully, Ukula having no mana, he gets that as well.
Yeah, and I mean, you say that's the problem of having no call, but Kiyomi died as well. So that point is mute and makes no sense at all, Midnight.
I mean, okay, here is the public service announcement, okay? This is how you play League of Legends. It's psychological warfare. Okay. Every single person on your team gets a cull. Even your support, even your jungler. Get the cull, psych them out. You now have late game. Easy. That's how you do it, Tico.
See, the thing is, okay, the problem why not a lot of people do get calls is because you give away the pressure of being able to 2v2 1v1 because you got a lower amount of HP and you don't have as much of the sustain fight, that sort of thing that you get with a Doran's Blade or a Doran's Ring. The problem with that is that you give up kill pressure for getting kill gold later down the track, and at that point you really don't know if that's definitely worth it because you could be so far behind at the point of finishing that call that gold, that extra 400 gold really doesn't do much for you.
But it tickles my OCD itch. Therefore, color's good. That is science right there. As looking at across the game here, Garbage Can on this, I'm going to say a bit more unconventional Udyr top, has gotten himself a nice little bit of a CS lead, although this minion wave should help Namu from coming up. As once again, Paranoid coming through, almost a lead onto the Ashe. Then the heal will not save her, as Hitomi will fall. And the trap placement isn't beautiful, but it's enough to get down Hiroge too.
Does the job, and off the back of a Dark Binding as well. And we saw the Nocturne. He went all the way in. You saw his 2 blades right in front of him, and you knew at that point Kiyumi was going to die, especially when he had... Okay, mid lane, we'll talk about it later.
Cash, you don't win this. There are minion waves. It is a Cogmore. You have no resistances of any kind, buddy. You need to watch out.
Yeah, AP Kog'Maw does a little bit of damage. You gotta be sure. You gotta be very careful against the Kog'Maw, because now the Kog'Maw has reached level 8. He's got range. He's got a little bit of damage. His abilities are going to hurt you if you don't build resistances. And a lot of the time we see a Galio not start off with a magic resistance build. They usually go for, you know, a proto belt to start off with, just to get that gap closing ability, just to get on top of the backline. But it doesn't help in terms of champions like, yeah, Kog'Maw.
You don't win this, Manu. It's an Udyr. Like, I know that's what you say when you realize, oh no, I've engaged in an Udyr, but like, you know, just be a little careful on that one. Yeah, Udyr, I've engaged on him. There's so many bad league jokes.
There are so many bad league jokes we can make with Udyr, but he's under turret, and Garbage Can will be fine.
Yeah, Garbage Can will be fine. Shows with Manu, but he's going bare slam stun. He needs to be careful though, because the flash forwards, he's lucky the face breaker was not available.
Oh, no.
But very unlucky because Lubu just one taps him with his claws.
Yeah, Lubu right around the corner, doesn't give him any chance to say, wait, let me just, nope. Nope, he doesn't have any space or time to talk, and that does give Manu a little bit more breathing room in this top side.
Lubu's 2 levels up.
Yes.
He has been farming like a madman.
He's also got a couple kills.
Yes.
Yeah. That's what happens when a Nocturne hits level 6. It becomes a little bit of a problem, and I do question a little bit. I'm not saying that Lubu's done anything wrong because he's ahead, but I do question why he hasn't done a little bit more pressure onto the Zac. That's because I'm saying this because Zac has a little bit of a struggle in the 1v1 scenario, especially against, you know, high damage output junglers like the Trundle, like the Nocturne.
The Nocturne.
Yeah, or the Nocturne. Yeah, so Lubu has the opportunity to get some quite good invades against Trash Can V, but he hasn't. Using his own playstyle works for him, not complaining. He's doing his own thing. You go, girl.
Ball lane again! The flash for flash, that will be the death of the Ashe. As Hiroge will be forced to watch his marksman fall, and getting caught by that Dark Binding. You can stopwatch, but you're just delaying the inevitable.
Unfortunate timing for this bot lane. They need to be a little bit safer now, because every time that Nocturne ultimate is up, that is going to be a potential death around the map. Zac, Lexi Slingshot.
A Lexi Slingshot into his own death. That is going 1v3, which is a little bit too much there. The ace in the hole does get the cell division out there, and there is a teleport to save him, but I don't know if it's going to come through. It will come through from the Cogmore, and that will allow the disengage. But Zan just falls! The walking human artillery of the Cogmore is coming through here. He has himself the tier, he has himself the chapter, and it should be more than enough, as a taunt from the Shield of Zoran from Cash Money will not be enough. The exhaust drop down, as well as the arcane barrages, is more than enough to cut him down to size.
Yeah, and we're talking about how hard it might be for Arcade Retro to play this game, but Lubu, no, top lane.
Garbage Can's been playing a bit too aggressive.
And I mean, it sort of is working for him, but also he's lost a couple kills and is now probably going to get caught up in CS by Manu as well, because he's got, what, 30 seconds before Garbage Can gets back to lane. That should be enough to get a couple waves back.
It actually is an AP Udyr top Tico.
Yeah.
I don't want to look at that. Have you ever... Oh no, not this again! Not it again! He's just a boy!
Ashe is actually an independent woman that is capable of doing many, many things in...
Just died 3 times the exact same way, which is Lubu looking at Sakusa and deciding, no, you're not allowed to play League of Legends.
Oh, it's 5-man bot as well. Yeah, as I was saying, Lubu is going to be using his ultimate off cooldown. There is no chance that he isn't going to, if he knows that he can 1v2 and take a kill with him against an Ash Braum, there is no way in heck that he is not going to take that opportunity and make sure that Kiyumi isn't relevant because, and here's the thing with an AP top Udyr, it's AP. There are 2.5, Zach doesn't really count. There are 2 AP threats on the side of IQ gap, and the only AD threat is the Ashe. Take down the AD threat and build full magic resistance. Easy.
Trash Can's in trouble. His Udyr will not be in here to save him, surely to God. No, wow! It's actually able to get out in one piece and make a decision, guys. Who are you targeting? Okay, you're targeting Trash Can. He does use the E to get away, but it is not enough thanks to the flash from Xandrix just to prove a point.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
Well, I mean,
that's a Fire Dragon. Tico, there's more cooldown reduction on the Nocturne.
10%. I mean, it's 10%. Can't complain about 10%. But, I mean, it's not as effective as it... Oh, okay.
Oh, Xandrix has the heal down. The Black Shield is there, but the artillery is so obnoxious. Run! The counter-attack is going in 1 versus 3. Hasn't got the damage up, but he gets stunned immediately. But a 2-man shield of Duran cuts them down a size.
Yep. Oh, geez. Kog'Maw. Prize artillery.
Dude is in trouble now, as he will be able to burn his opponent out.
Yeah,
This is just fight.
Yeah, well, I mean, Garbage Can is doing what he does best, making sure that he fights up in the top side, get as much priority as possible, and this time, the Udyr was actually capable of taking down the set, which we haven't seen so far up until that point, but it worked.
Yeah, it just keeps you keep running your head into the wall. Eventually, the wall will shatter. Although, if you do that in real life, I highly recommend going to the hospital immediately afterwards because that's not a good idea.
Or make sure that you are actually a wizard, because platform 3 3/4 was it?
How do I know this and you don't?
Is it 3 3/4?
Twitch chat, would you be happy to
There's a
remind
7
us?
and platform 7.5.
Twitch chat, can you please
7
inform Tico
platform
which
7 and
platform you go to get to Hogwarts?
is it 4? It's 4.5.
No,
7.
it's not. No, it's also not.
3?
No.
5?
9.
Oh god. 9. Okay. Our broadcaster had to come in and tell me there was 9 3/4.
Yeah. Josh is like you, and you gotta be nice to your co-caster. So
anyway.
Anyway, so Paranoia is up and available again. So I'm gonna give. Oh, he's gonna go for Udyr this time. Udyr, I feel like will be able to actually fight back against him, so he needs to be a little careful about that one. Oh, but he's going for it anyway. He doesn't care. He gets the Fear Tether down and the speed boost. He is so insanely fast. But Garbage Can is gets pulled back in. The Face Breaker takes him down.
Oh, wow. Okay. That was really close. And I think that if it was just a 1v1, that would have been an easy win for Garbage Can. However, that clutch head knock thing from Set was able to turn that one around. I think if he had been able to escape from that, he might have been able to turn that one around for a 2v1. But unfortunately, he wasn't able to. He wasn't able to escape the Set, and the Set was able to head knock him into, I'm assuming, another minion.
That Face Breaker is so annoying, because all it is if you're anywhere near the Set, he will pull you in, and there is no escape after that one, because it's got a knock-up, it's got a, pretty sure there's a slow attached to the Face Breaker as well, so very good follow-up there from Manu, including that flash, of course, to hunt down his opponent, and that results in Lubu sitting at a 7-1-4 scoreline. The Duskblade in his back pocket, the Warrior enchant, as well as the Vam Center, just in case his prey tries to fight back.
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't think they're going to be able to fight back. I think that the only way that Lubu is going to lose off a Paranoia ult is if he focuses down Zac or tries to 1v1 the Udyr. Otherwise, he should be able to take down any of the other members. Even if Hiroge is around, there's not too much Hiroge can do when Lubu has his spell shield up.
Yeah. Like, what? I think you do one thing, Tico. You die is apparently the solution to the problem. Because no one is tanky enough to survive the burst that comes out of Lubu. Outside of maybe Harage, but if you're targeting Braum as a Nocturne, you're either really bored or your targeting is a little bit off. So hopefully we do not see a repeat of that one as they're going hunting. Oh, good. Sakura, you're way too far forwards by yourself. Be careful. Be so careful. No, he does it again. Goodbye. I tried to save you. I tried.
There's only so much we can do as casters when we're 3 minutes behind with this spectator delay. Yeah, you're telling them what to do, but they're already dead.
They run down. They're not allowed access to the jungle.
And this is where we can say pop goes the weasel. Which is a real shame. Arcade Retro, he has potential to carry this game, but unfortunately, he can get one shot by the Nocturne and pair that with an ace in the hole, as we saw against Kiyumi, and, you know, pop goes the weasel.
Yeah. Although I do want to compliment, despite the bad situation that IQ are currently sitting in, there is, I see, light at the end of the tunnel. And specifically, it is in fact on Retro. Because not only have we seen some clutch plays coming out of Retro so far, I have to give credit. Okay, I'll come into that in a second. Apparently, there's another fight in top lane. It's a Showmaker coming out there. Garbage Can is running. He does avoid the Haymaker there. And this is the thing of fighting Udyr. He will always outrun you. You're not allowed to engage on him unless he's allowing you to engage on him. Like, look at him. Mallory's like, please, just let me fight you. Okay. Nope. As I was saying, what I love about Arcade's build is the fact that he's not doing the typical, oh, I need my needlessly large rods and my death cap to do damage on a mid laner. No. Kog'Maw's AP scaling with his ultimate is awful, as there's no point even talking about this. This is just an immediate kill.
Bam, and the dirt is gone.
Lubu farming Ashe like top laners be farming minions. As oh my god, they might actually get Lubu out. He might actually go down the spell shield in the Guardian.
Nope.
Broken the speed up from the
Never
side.
mind.
No! He gets out alive! Are you kidding me? Run, Lubu! Run for your life, Guerrilla. It's actually buying time. The Udyr is not able to hunt him down either. And are you freaking kidding me?
That's 1,000 gold that they could have picked up in their pocket, and then Morgana's eyeing up. CC ain't gonna work. I'm gonna speed him up as well. He's out of here.
Shirelia's on Morgana.
Yeah, well, look, it gets him into the middle of the rest of the team a little bit quicker, allowing him to pull out the soul shackles a little bit earlier in the team fight. Not that they pulled out a team fight just yet.
Oh my lord, and now we're seeing Ashcan. He gets to see the Riftel being popped down there as Manu gets taken down low, but the Facebreaker buys a little bit of time. There is Paranoia coming up soon, and that will dictate the fight. The Bear Slap, though, is annoying onto Lubu, but he gets the Fear Temper down, and that's all he needs.
Yeah, and as I was saying, Lubu's using this off cooldown. There is...
Oh, yeah.
Next time it's up down. Okay.
It's gonna suck to be the Ashe. It's like... Because there's nothing you can do about it. You can't stop the Nocturne from engaging on you, as Retro is now in trouble. He will be forced to blast one over the wall. Trashcan is buying time, but he will die in this scenario here. Simply hunted down for food as Retro does not get outside of the taunt and gets smashed down by the Galio there as all of the trash
Okay.
and Quasar are playing with their food. This is disgusting.
It is a little bit disgusting to say the least. I mean, it's a little bit rough as well. But I mean, that's the power of a Nocturne. Once he gets ahead, he's also got the Sanguine Blade.
It's Eco.
So, what is
Paranoia's up. Where's the Ashe?
Where is she?
Ashe, where are you going, buddy?
They've spotted her. You gotta do it. You have to do it, Lubu.
Come on, Lubu. You gotta flex on them at this point. Oh no, Udyr's by himself though. With that Sanguine Blade, he wants to try hunt someone down when they're on their own. Like, all memes aside. So
nah, he's going for the
Crystal. Oh, he's found the priority target. He's dived in, but he's dived into the front line of all places. He's targeting the Udyr. He runs so fast, but runs down to die. As Manu is buying a ton of time, the face maker buys space. As Trashcan has introduced himself to the fight, and Arcade is firing the shots that he can over the wall there. A mistimed engagement coming out for the side of Quasar. Punished them, and some nice shutdown gold being donated to IQ.
Yeah, and that is the power of IQ Gap's team comp, and we haven't seen it in a team fight up until this point. They caught out Garbage Can, but that's fine. They still have damage in their back pocket. As long as they set up their front-to-back team fight composition, they should be fine. However, Lubu needs to make sure that there's some vision on Baron, because there's potential for this to be stolen.
Oh my god, he hasn't got Paranoia, Tico. The Paranoia is still on cooldown, but Harage's getting low as well. He needs to be careful as Retro trying time. The engage coming through, Baron at 3k HP. They're looking forwards, cash money buying time. Lubu has arrived. There is no Paranoia still, but it's coming up soon. They do lose one, teleport coming in from the side, and 3,000 on Baron. It's coming through. Run away, guys. You're all so low. Gonna get cut down when he dives into the back line. That's one getting cut down. Lubu hunting down number 2, but it will not matter. He can hunt down one, but he cannot hunt down all.
Yeah, and this is where the problem comes. Guela, run for your dear life.
Oh my god,
my dear.
the ace in the hole! The ace in the hole gets him low enough to get the kill for Manu. As Zavix arrives over the wall, a new challenger has approached and arrived into the game of League of Legends. Trash Can trying to do it again. He uses the stopwatch as the Cathy in surprise gets the kill onto the Caitlyn, sorry. As what the hell is this game, Tico? It is just fight, 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 kill, kill, kill.
Guela still manages to escape from this one. Elastic slingshot.
Oh my god, he's going into the face with the Galio ultimate device space. Trash Can, you actually need to be able to get this kill, but he can't.
Oh.
Gets denied. Trash Can can't do it.
Oh, God.
Welcome to OCE.
That wasn't even a Zonia's, that was off the back of a stopwatch, but that does mean that Guela survives with a little bit more bounce in his step, and I think off the back of that, you can say, I survived the blob monster on like 20 HP as he dived me with an elastic slingshot that was on point. I mean, whew, boy. But Dragon being started up, this is Soul Point.
Yes, it's Soul Point for Quasar. Something we haven't focused on. No! Ash, run for your life! Not again, buddy! He does get out, no fear taken down, but he will not be able to say his top laner falls. But Sasuke can say he survived the Paranoia.
Yeah, but he wasn't the main focus. I feel like if Nocturne had decided that he was going to focus down Kiyomi, they would have been able to take, he would have been able to take him down. No problems, no questions asked. That is the darkness being able to take down the enchanted ice lady herself. What's her title again?
She's the Queen of the Freljord. I can't actually remember what her title is. I know she's the Queen of the one of the Freljordian factions, but I couldn't actually tell you what she is there. The Baron is started up. I'm upset here. I don't know what I'm talking about. 5,000 HP on the Baron now, as the next fight will be kicking around Tico. 6,000 gold in the lead of Quasar, but the AP Cogmore can poke with impunity over the wall here, and that will force a disengage. You need to start a fight, but without Paranoia, you are just charging into a death chasm.
But, I mean, the low cooldown on Paranoia is coming back up, and as we were saying, the Dragon Soul has come up as well, which means Quasar Group have the Ocean Soul. And this is a powerful one.
Oh, yeah. My opinion, Pico, is I think that this is the strongest Dragon Soul out of all of them. The amount of regeneration it can give you, it nullifies the damage of poke compositions. It allows you to siege with almost impunity, regardless of whether you have access to the Baron, and it works during team fights. So there is never a reason that you should ever see a team say, nah, it's just an Ocean Soul. It provides everything except damage, but even then it lets you live longer so you can deal the damage as a fight coming in, and deletion onto Garbage Can. Farewell, top.
Yep, and he lands straight into a trap. Okay, Trash Can.
Buddy.
No, you can't. I mean, he can soak up that damage. He's got Warmogs, he's got a Brambles. He should be fine to be able to heal that one back up, to be able to back. Is looking towards, honestly, that giant spell could go into anything. So we'll wait and see. Dead Man's Plate potentially.
Yeah. I'm expecting for Dead Man's or Randuin's to help deal with the Caitlyn, who has sort of snuck under the radar here. 10, 5, and 8. As the Baron has been started up once again. Lubu is, of course, leading the charge. 11, 2, and 8 on his carry here with the serrated Dirk, Segway, and, of course, the Dusk Blade. As we're seeing, Trash Can's looking for the elastic slingshot. It's down low, but he decides to cancel it, and that means it can get bursted. He has access to Flash, so they will choose to back away. As Sakane has been caught out of position, Manu is going for it himself. Paranoia not seemingly being needed. Finally uses the poor Ash has nowhere to run once again, getting cut down. As Lubu looking for a disengage, Trashcan trying to do it again, but it will not matter as Quasar are cutting down their opponents. Anyone who stands before this Dragon Soul empowered team will die, and IQ can do nothing. They can run, they can try and avoid it, but Destiny, much like Quasar must always arrive.
Yeah, they can run, but they definitely cannot hide. And especially in that paranoia, you are going to be seen by every single member on the side of Quasar Group. They're doing really well. They're pushing. They haven't picked up the Baron, but they don't need it for this. Look at the Ocean Soul doing their work.
The poke coming out of this Cogmore, what was that net? Is being nullified completely by this Ocean Soul here, despite Retro's, I think, best efforts. Because the build that Retro is going for, and I didn't get to cover it before, is the perfect Cogmore build for AP poke. You need the mana, so you go for the Seraph Embrace. You need damage. You don't need raw damage, but you need on-hit damage. That's where the Leandries comes in. And to ensure you're landing your shots the right lies. Once you hit one ability, it is near impossible to escape a Cogmore with the range he has available to him. So, Retro is doing so well. I think the only thing he's missing at this point is a Zhonya's to survive when Lubu finally sets his sights on him.
Yeah, and I'm... okay. Later.
Oh my god, this is a 1v3 Lubu! This is overconfidence. Forces the flash. The enchanted crystal arrow does not connect, but the sling arm does get them as they're now diving in. A scrappy fight coming through here. The Sandrix is out. Lubu trying to do what he can. They do lose the front line of the Braum as well as the Zac, and that does force a disengage from IQ.
Very well played by Quasar Group to be able to disengage from that one, and I do think that the survive of Lubu was purely based off the fact that he had that Ocean Soul, or else I don't think he would have been able to escape from that one, especially diving into a 3v1. But I think Lubu, knowing that he had that Ocean Soul, gave him so much confidence to be able to do that.
Yeah, and on the side lane, like typically when you try to do Baron, you try to split push, your Udyr is 2 levels down. Manu doesn't give a damn that you can poke him down. He's got the sustain of the Ocean Soul, he's got his Blade of the Ruin King, and he's got all the health in the world thanks to that Black Cleaver, as well as just Set's natural tankiness. So now he can split push with access to the Baron Bush and with cash money looming around nearby. They may just decide to commit onto him the immediate Zhonya's, but that won't stop the Fear Temper from coming out there, as they will take down Trash Can. The Garbage Can, sorry, and Trash Can may just be forced to join as the backing away Manu taken down low. He's not able to use the W, but he does decide to go in. The shield from the Morgana is plentiful, and somehow, through sheer force of will, and perhaps a Dragon Soul, Manu gets out alive.
Yeah, I think that was based off a lot of that Ocean Soul Menu being able to escape from that one. I mean, he left that team fight with more health than he joined it. That's all I'm going to say.
Yeah, he dives into the turret at, I'd argue, 100 and something HP and comes out with an HP of a Mundo.
Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, that's the sort of regeneration that you get. Imagine a Dr. Mundo with Ocean Soul. That's all I'm saying.
I don't need to imagine it, Tico. I've played it. Why do you think I think that the Ocean is the strongest dragon? Ace in the hole, taking down some...
Oh! No!
He has no chill in the mood today. But with the Baron coming through here, this is a 2 versus... Oh my god, they don't give a damn! The Paranoia coming out, that's going to be a signal for death. That is 1. That is 2. The Dragon Soul cuts everyone down as the Nexus turret starts to fall. Quasar will be advancing to the grand final of the game on the back of Lubu's terrifying Nocturne performance. As the final fight is breaking out here, Trash Can will fall down, and Arcade can only watch as his kingdom is turned to dust.
Unfortunate for the Void Puppy, but that does mean that IQ Gap are knocked out of this week, and Quasar Group are moved on to the big finals against the team that I don't know who's on the other side of the bracket, but against the team that's won on the other side of the bracket.
Yeah, the team that will be challenging them for the first place role here over at the first week of the Iron to Platinum circuit. Now, hopefully they were watching. And guys, I'll give you the biggest tip I can give you for this tournament. do not let Lubu get access to his Nocturne because you won't be sleeping tonight if you do. As guys, that is, of course, semifinals wrapped up, done and dusted with Quasar moving on to the next stage, and IQ unfortunately taking the back seat. Don't go anywhere, as the grand finals of the BSV circuit will be right around the corner.
He's staring at our Aberdeen heart, London eyes, Glasgow bones. She's whistling the catacombs, a paradox. He's in love with the statue in a marble block. He's in love with the girl that time forgot. She just shakes her ears. She's falling too far with salt in her scars. Won't let him taste her tears. She's falling too far. The girl that I forgot. Wasted moments, full of potential that torments. An angel in disguise, but he can see our Aberdeen heart, London eyes, Glasgow bones. She's a whistle in the catacombs, a paradox. Oh. He's in love with the statue in a marble block. He's in love with the girl that time forgot. She just shuts her ears. She's falling too far with salt in her scars. Won't let him taste her tears. She's falling too far. The girl that time forgot. You let her go, catacombs. You let her go, let her go, catacombs. You let her go. She just shuts her ears. She's falling too far with salt in her scars. Won't let him taste her tears. She's falling too far. Yes, you're very quite tough. always having bad luck. You think you're going crazy. Look up, there's a new life waiting. Your head's buried in the sand. You've been dealt the wrong hand. Can't imagine how you feel. Only you know that it's real. Don't look back, just carry on, carry on, carry on. Don't look back, just carry on, carry on, carry on. Cause you are stronger. Yes, you are stronger. Because you are stronger. Yes, you are stronger.
We at the top again, now what? Help you lay the crown, but count us higher than a mountain. And we be up here for the long run, strap in for a long one. We got everybody on one. Now you coming at the king, so you better not miss. And we only get stronger. With everything I carry up on my back, you should paint it up with a target. Why would you dare me to do it again? Come get your spoiler, but we're taking over. We're taking over. Hey, look at you coming on, name you ought to know by now that we're taking over. We're taking over. Hey, maybe you wonder what your future's gonna be, but I got it all locked up. Take a lap now, don't be mad now. Run it back, run it back, run it back now. I got bodies lining up, think you're dreaming of greatness. Send you back home, let you wake up. Why would you dare me to do it again? Come get your spoiler, but we're taking over. We're taking over. Hey, look at you coming on, name you ought to know by now that we're taking over. We're taking over. Hey, maybe you wonder what your future's gonna be, but I got it all locked up.
And the grand final is upon us, Tico. The BSV I2P is about to hit the rift between the two teams here. And I am so excited for what this could mean, because week number one is always a big one, and then the Nocturne taken away instantly there by Encom.
Yeah, no, I mean, you want to take that away from Lubu. I mean, that's rule number one for any of these tournaments against Lubu. Take away the Nocturne. We saw how devastating it was in that game, so take it away. Make sure he doesn't get any access to it. That darkness is not coming over the rift today.
Yeah, of course. Quasar is facing the final boss, if you will. MCOM is trying to take them down on the opposite side of Summoner's Rift for the grand final here, and we are powering through our picks and bans here. From the side of Quasar, nothing too odd, I suppose. The three very powerful champions. On the opposite side, Lubu losing access to two of his junglers, and Caitlyn finally being taken off Summoner's Rift, but Ashe is just as available.
Yeah, still a priority pick. Ashe is the secondary AD carry to pick in. Very close behind is the Senna, so I wouldn't be surprised if we do see a Senna. Ezreal, also one of the top tier, I'd say A tier, just because I think his damage output is still a little bit lacking in terms of consistency, because a lot of it depends on his skill shot, on his Q to be able to dish out the damage that is required for an AD carry to be able to carry. But they still pick out the Ezreal, a lot of safety with the Arcane Shift. Pair that, however, with an engaged support.
Yeah, well, they're looking at it now, Tico. The Thresh coming in for the bottom lane there. Engage, disengage. You want him to make you a cake. I'm sure he's got the skills in there too, as this support can do almost everything except give Lucian his wife back, apparently.
He did, actually. Senna's
he didn't
alive.
give her back. Senna was stolen back.
But-
She broke her way. She broke her way out of the lantern.
Yeah, but she's now here, so Thresh is capable of... Thresh, I believe, is capable of giving Lucian's wife back, but...
He just chose not to.
He just chooses not to, so he can do everything.
He can do everything, but he's also a psychopath who can steal your soul. So everyone who's not a ginger, watch out.
Yeah, but also he can't
no.
do stuff against Morgana, so, I mean...
Yeah, Morgana, the Fallen Angel, is beautiful into that matchup, but I'm seeing a Mumu, Tico. And I'm already scared because we know that's an AP Mumu coming out. And I pray to God Hydrate is making that an AP Nunu to match.
Yeah, I really hope so as well, but I mean, a long time ago in Bethlehem, so the Holy Bible says, Nunu was in the mid lane.
Please, which book and testament is that written in? I need
It's a song! Long time ago in Bethlehem, so the Holy Bible said, Mary's
Nunu.
boy child. Nunu and Willow are in the mid lane. No, actually, that's probably in the jungle. But, I mean, there was a time where you saw the Nunu in the mid lane because the AP damage was insane. But, still, you might see him rolling down the river just to make sure that his presence is known in towards this mid lane.
So we're coming from the sea. Sorry. You're just... Oh, you throw me off my game sometimes, Tico. As the second round bans is coming through, MCOM paying attention to what Cash, Money, and Manu have done in the last two games, will be moving the set and the Galio. Very clever decisions there from them. On the opposite side, the Vel'Koz getting rid of that champion, I think is really, really good. He's so annoying to deal with if you're not prepared for it. And the final ban, I suspect will be a top laner of some kind. Instead, I am wrong. I am a fool. It is, in fact, the Vicar.
Yeah, that's being picked as the counter pick in the mid lane, which does show to us that Quasar Group are putting this Nunu in the jungle, Gangplank up in the top side. That is a very interesting pick up there as well.
It does lean towards the identity of being top side, weak side, which does mean that Regia is going to be left on his own. But much like most top laners nowadays, we're used to being left on our own, man. It's top lane's an island up here.
Okay.
So,
Here. Zoe in the mid lane, right? Set and Galio being banned out by MCOM Jade Dragons. They have banned out their own counters to Galio, like the priority ban counters to Zoe. So they now have to rely on please.
there's not a single chance that Aurelion Soul gets locked in here. Not one. Instead, it is going to be the Ahri. I like that a lot more. I presume it's going to go for the Glacial Augment build, which is the world's most obnoxious thing to deal with. But it's really, really good at catching out someone like the Zoe because, well, she has the illusion of mobility. You think she's like, oh, we can't catch out Zoe. She has a blink. Correct. But you know damn well where she's going to be in about 3 seconds after she presses her R key.
I thought it was 2.5. I have to Google this now.
You play Zoe. You play AP on hit Zoe with press the attack. You should know.
1, 2, 2.5 abilities. Okay. Anyway, we'll talk about that later. I'll find out. Do a little bit of quick Google search before we do that.
Dr. Google.
Yeah, Mr. Google, Mr. Medic. But, I mean, when we look at this mid lane, it is a little bit more skill-based matchup rather than a counter pick. A lot of the counter picks that we've seen against the Zoe has been more of a defensive counter pick, more rather than an offensive counter pick, which is like, A defensive counter pick is just a champion that makes sure Zoe does nothing in terms of damage to them. It doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to be able to kill the Zoe. It just means that Zoe doesn't do much to the champion, which is defensive counter picks are Set and Galio, right?
Yeah, exactly. And they're the two things that are banned.
Yeah. So they've banned it out, and it's more that Blood Killer has decided that he wants to go for more of a 1v1 offensive style skill matchup sort of thing, because Ari wins this if Blood Killer wins this if Cash Money misses a Sleepy Trouble. Cash Money wins this if Cash Money hits a Sleepy Trouble bubble. So they really need to make sure it is a skill matchup based on how each of these players are going to be. Blood Killer has to be very wary of when and where that Sleepy Trouble is going to be used, so that he's going to be able to win this mid lane matchup to be able to get an advantage from the mid lane snowball into the rest of his team.
But it can also backfire extremely quickly, because all it takes, Deco, is one charm and a Nunu rolling into your name with the biggest snowball ever, and Zoe's going to die, because unless Cash Money has his flash up and available, there is so little he is actually going to be able to do to keep himself safe. So we'll see how that mid lane matchup goes. It's going to be very interesting, and I suppose we'll get more time to talk about Ashe, Morgana, Ezreal, Thresh in a little bit. I do want to drag us to the top lane real quick. Kled into Gangplank can, despite it being an island, actually tilt quite heavily, because it's very much like this mid lane. If Kled engages onto Gangplank, Gangplank dies 9 times out of 10. If Gangplank can avoid the bear trap on a rope and have his barrels in a good position, then Gangplank wins the laning phase. So there is quite a few things balancing on a knife's edge to ensure that either of these teams get themselves the early advantage.
Yeah, well, I mean, top lane is just sort of something that's waiting to explode, no pun intended, Gangplank's barrels. But before we head into our break, just before we can get into our finish our spectator delay, I have confirmed that Zoe's blink is closer to 2 seconds than it is to 3. It is 1.75 seconds. And that's where we're going to wrap it up. Thank you, everyone. We are going to head towards a break, thanks to True Haven Esports Academy and Aussie Broadband for their sponsorships. We'll be right back with the finals.
Yes, you find it quite tough, always having bad luck. You think you're going crazy, look up, there's a new life waiting. Your head's buried in the sand, you've been dealt the wrong hand. Can't imagine how you feel, only you know that it's real. Don't look back, just carry on, carry on, carry on. Don't look back, just carry on, carry on, carry on. 'Cause you are stronger. Yes, you are stronger. Because you are stronger.
And it's time for the grand final here at week number 1 for the Iron to Platinum circuit here. Tico, and we're seeing once again Quasar with the old tried and true invade on the top half of the map. Regia will spot them on a ward. I think they have finally been figured out for the strategy they've always pulled off.
Yeah, well, I mean, I feel like MCOMJ Dragons, they did have a forfeit in their semifinals, so they moved on to the finals, which means that they had their time, they utilized their time to watch the game that we were casting, that the Quasar group were playing in that semifinals. So they realized the strategy, they realized the threat that might potentially come here, and they're like, all right, Regea, make sure that you ward this bush and stay the heck away from it just in case.
Yeah, and it has worked out nicely for them, giving themselves safety and perhaps a bit more immunity in the jungle, because they will not know from the side of Quasar where Hydrate is starting his jungle pathing, but their jungle pathing has been sought out by Lubu. They will know exactly where he is, and despite the attempted cheese coming out of Troy and Blade, they will be forced to just lane regularly.
Yeah, I mean, straight off the back here, MCOMJ Dragons, they have the advantage. Look at the vision around this jungle. They will know at every single point in the first 3 minutes where Lubu is. They have a ward on red, and they have a ward on the way from the Raptors camp towards topside. And they also have a ward on blue. They'll know his timings. They'll know where he's gone. They currently know that he is at Krugs, so they know how, when, or where he will be. So they have to be careful in the bot lane. As well as, it might be a small thing, but in the bot lane, you'll see Quasar group hit level 2 a lot later than when we see MCOMJ Dragons. And I say this because Seraphic Blade made sure that one of the minions died before the rest of MCOMJ Dragons minions sort of hit their minions. So if that makes any sense, they hit to level 2 a little bit later, which means they have the advantage.
Yeah, and they'll need to utilize that in the bottom lane there. Troy, there's nothing too surprising out of the Ezreal here. He has taken the cleanse to keep himself safe from the poke, as Blood getting some nice damage down with the electrocute that the Ahri has decided to bring to the table there. Blade's first hook that we've seen, unfortunately, going a little bit wide, but Xandrix needs to be careful, because if Gulia's Black Shields aren't on point, it's going to go badly for them. But they are being ganked now. An immediate flash to dodge the bandage toss, but it might not save them. Dark Harvest is proc. Blade will fall. The first blood for Lubu, but there may be a turnaround, because wait, there's more, as Lubu will go down. The heal coming out as Hydrate sinks his fangs into his opposite number.
Troy run.
Do you want more? They want more, Tico, as Gulia does land the Black Shield, but it's not going to matter as the follow-through. Troy dies instantly. Taken down there as Manu is feeling confident with the Conqueror proc. Sleep coming down onto Hydrate. The Ignite is down. Double kill and double buffs over to Cash Money D.
Yeah, Cash Money taking the opportunity to roam down towards the bot lane, get a couple kills, pick up a significant advantage, and we're seeing this pop off in chat. Cash Money D Zoe apparently is a really good champion. He is rather proficient on, and so the potential for Cash Money to be able to carry in this game is actually pretty high. However, they need to be able to make sure that Blood Killer doesn't get ahead, and that's the key here. They need to make sure that Blood Killer doesn't get the advantage over Cash Money, because once Cash Money pops off on the Zoe, that is where it all falls down.
As with that double buffs, they should be able to utilize that to get themselves an bigger advantage in the middle lane, as those 2 kills, as well as the minus CS lead, has resulted in about 800, 700 gold in favor of Cash Money currently. So we'll see how he utilizes that gold advantage, if he does properly. But we're going to recall and pick himself up a lost chapter sometime soon, just to assist with the pressure to put on to his opposite number, as the 2 junglers probably not too happy of the way things have turned out, given the fact that they both lost their buffs rather quickly, and Black Shield once again not needed as Blade's hook goes wide.
Yeah, Xanthrix actually getting a Black Shield as well. I mean, getting the Black Shield to mitigate a lot of Troy's damage with the WQ combo, which is pretty significant when it comes to the Morgana into the Ezreal, as well as the Morgana into the Thresh. This is a Morgana, this is a support that just doesn't allow this bot lane to do whatever they want. So they got to be really careful about that.
Black Shield does land onto Blade. Blade does get out, just loses A little bit of HP is a beautiful hook there. Does put Gullia in some trouble. Flash away immediately because that Ignite is burning down. They get out without too many problems. But Blade turning what was initially a bad trade in their favor as Regeia has been caught by that bear trap on the row. I said it before, you cannot afford to get hit with that as the gangplank.
Yeah, and the little problem that this gangplank is having, when I say a little bit, it's pretty significant, but it's the fact that Bear Trap on a rope has healing reduction, and Gangplank sort of relies on his remove scurvy, his eating an orange, to be able to sustain this lane. If he gets caught by Bear Trap in a rope, that's remove scurvy just not doing what it should, is removing scurvy as well as healing the Gangplank up a little bit. So it's not a favorable matchup for the Gangplank.
Oh, Snowball. And Snowball did nothing. But a nice attempt out of Hydrate. I do love the fact that he's going for these lane ganks. Yes, it may not work, but pressure is always a welcome addition in League of Legends. As Lubu, no invade from the Amumu, no steal away. You don't exactly lose a whole lot from Hydrate attempting a gank like that.
No, he might miss out a little bit of XP mid lane.
No, going into Cash Money, but level 6, the immediate exhaust coming out from that spell peak there. The charm does not connect thanks to that portal jump there. Cash lacking mobility, yes, but not lacking his ability to dodge skill shots.
Yeah, very well played by Cash Money to be able to escape from that one. He didn't use it to dodge the Nunu, which you see a lot of Zoe players do. Did it to make sure, because he knew that Blood Killer was around, make sure you dodge the charm, which I think is Cash Money's way of playing this game in Ahri. Make sure you dodge that charm, because that's going to be devastating if caught by it. Nah, it's not the huge amount of damage that can be followed up by the biggest snowball ever. No, it's the charm that he needs to make sure he dodges.
Yeah, because one of the big things, comes to that in a second. Bandage toss. Ew, and lovely cleanse and a lovely charm. Lubu is actually going to die here. The Ignite will make it a 1-for-1 trade, but a beautiful play from Killer. Gets the flash out of the enemy jungle doing that. Yeah,
good 1-for-1 trade by Blood Killer to be able to make that one a little bit more even. Under turret might have been a little bit ambitious from Lubu, especially when he didn't land the bandage toss. I feel like that was the time where he should have said, let's back away from this one.
Yeah, the play didn't work, but he really wanted to force it. And speaking of forcing the plays, the subject is getting low. Heal forced out of them, but now they're turning it around. Blade needs to be careful. Troy can't tank this, as he is now getting poked low as well. The Ignite down the cleanse to get rid of the damage over time, but it will not save him from the volley or the auto attack that almost took down the support.
Yeah, we see Cash Money roaming towards that bot side as well. Look at the health. Woo! There it's gone.
Beautiful paddle start there from Cash Money to grab himself his 4th kill of the game.
Devastating. Yeah, it is definitely not good for them, and does pick up a Luden's Echo off the back of that. That is a buttload of damage in the back pocket of a Zoe. You do not, as a squishy target, do not want to deal with a Zoe who's already hit 1 item, 4 kills. Rip.
Yeah, big rip there. Oh my lord, Blood, are you actually kidding me? Is gonna die for it, but actually steals the best. He actually got that. What the hell?
Oh.
Yeah, he got the Rip Heralds. He stole Heralds.
I didn't even realize Lubu didn't have Smite up as well. I think he used it just to sustain a little bit there. Did manage to...
Oh, Hydrate! Run, buddy! You're not safe in your own jungle.
No, definitely not safe. Cash Money is now wreaking havoc around the rest of Summoner's Rift, which is something that is very smart on the Zoe. Because we know the potential of the angles for the Sleepy Trouble. It has an extended range when passing through terrain, so really, it can take advantage of it. Would have been a good pickup for blue buff as well, but unfortunately didn't.
I didn't have the range for that one, unfortunately, but the amount of pressure that is now coming out of Cash Money is obnoxious, to say the least. He's 4-0. If he finds someone, he can basically just 100-0 them with the standard Zoe combo, to the point where look what MCOM is doing to try and deal with the fact that Zoe is fed. They're throwing everyone in the middle lane to try to start a fight there, as Hydrate might be in trouble, gets knocked down by the Soul Shackles, and the Bandage Toss, the CC train all aboard, as this is not the stuff he wants to be in. But Lubu did not have the damage. Hydrate gets out in one piece somehow.
Yeah, it's a little bit devastating. The amount of CC that was toppled on towards that Nunu, I think that was chain CC for about 7 seconds.
And it was a really well-trained CC. Dark Binding into Soul Shackle and the Bandage Dodge into a second Dark Binding.
And the Amumu ult as well.
Yeah, and the Curse of the Sad Mummy. But the issue is that, look who you're targeting. You are targeting the one tanky member of MCOM with a fully upgraded, I should say, Cinder Hulk ready to go. As Reggae is in now trouble. Bear Trap on the rope will pull him back in. There is not going to be much engage here. Redemption coming out just to ensure that Reggae really can't do much. Force the flash. Messes up the Bear Trap with the flash. No!
A little bit disappointing. Just a little bit. But was able to, you know, release some of the pressure up to the top side. Tries to get a kill, but is not going to be able to do so. Nunu roaming up towards the top side as well. Got to be careful, bot here.
Arrow does connect. Blade, though, is not in a good position to get CC because the minions are in the way. That was just over ambition.
Oh, Riftel drop mid as well.
Yeah, trying to get some nice start bladings because Cash Money, he's top lane trying to get a gank off. Didn't work out, and Blooded, if he did, just commit to the turret, buddy. Commit to the turret. Go to the
You got to be
turret,
careful.
Kill it.
You got to be careful of the Amumu.
Yeah, greed for the gold, man. That's what you got to do right now. You got to greed for the golds. You have... No, you don't have ulti, actually. But Amumu not looking like he's willing to engage on you alone. And turret number 1 of our grand final match does go in favor of MCOM.
Yeah, and so they open up the map a little bit more through that mid wave. Troy has to be real careful here. So does Manu.
He's feeling confident here. Looking for that next fight, even if he might charge into a 1v3. Because I assume you do know like the way to play Kled, yeah? Which is if you're low, if you're in danger, fight them, and if you're going to die, fight them some more. As he now has to get the fight with the remount Skull, but he's not fighting them hard enough, and he does get taken down.
Yeah, you gotta fill up that rage bar as quickly as possible once you are unmounted. Unfortunately, he got charmed. That was a well-timed charm by Bloodkiller as well to hold out for that one to make sure that he wasn't going to be able to stack up that, I'd say, rage bar. We're just going to call it a remount bar. And Manu does die with a beautiful roam coming out from Bloodkiller. And I think that both these mid laners are doing really well. They impact the rest of their team. However, Cash Money seems to be having a little bit more impact in terms of the early game, which does translate towards a mid-game spike advantage.
Should, but what I'm worried about is that Cash Money lost his turret first because of his roaming. He now needs to make this one work. Another beautiful cleanse. The Donut did not dodge out of. The flash will not save them from death embracing them. As Blade is now in trouble on the bot side, forced the flash immediately to keep himself safe.
Yeah, and here's the thing. I mean, the cleanse was used really well, so was the flash, but unfortunately, he wasn't going to be able to live through that one because Lubu learned to hold on to the bandage toss until after the flash had been used and played that one really well. And I think Blooded Killer was a little bit trigger happy with that flash as well. Probably should have waited before he saw Lubu's bandage toss before flashing.
Yeah, but in this scenario, you've got to always err on the side of caution, especially if you're the side of Blooded Killer. You're down over 1,000 gold over your opposite number. Your opposite number is 4-0, and the only reason you're only 1,000 gold behind is because you've got all the turret platings. Yeah, that is confidence that he was going to land that paddle start. And still got some nice damage down thanks to Luden's Echo.
Yeah, and I wouldn't be surprised if he picks up a Lich Bane second item.
No, he walked into it! No! There's only so much yelling no does to save a life.
Ave Maria. That is a rip. That is an unfortunate time, unfortunate circumstance. Manu, however, gang top.
But tower diving at Kled never goes well in my experience here. As he's going to dismount, but he's going to be able to get the remount bar up coming nice and soon. That courage, but it is not enough to get the fight off.
No, unfortunately, didn't have the auto attack speed or the resets to be able to take down at least the Nunu. But, I mean, that does give Regea a little bit more time to split push up in the top side. However, got to be very, 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 very careful about the Sad Mummy.
He will be able to get out alive though, as they have Lubu and Xanthrix have put a bit more focus onto the next objective. Of course, that Richard being focused down now. Hopefully, it won't get stolen this time by a wild foxwoman coming out of the jungle here.
I think the correct term here is succubus.
I was going to go with Kitsune actually, as Troy forced to flee using that arcane shift. So I don't think she's a succubus. I think that's Evelyn.
No. According to her lore, she is a succubus.
Oh,
She.
no. Blood run. You're not going to be able to live that one. The 1-2 punch from the mage combination of Julia and Cash Money is more than enough. Trailstar goes a little bit wide, but with the harassment of the Zoe, no one can get anywhere near.
Yeah, she needs to consume souls to be able to finish her forming into an actual human.
Huh.
There you go.
Hydrate's got to run as well. I forgot about that. You're right, she does, doesn't she? Huh.
Yeah.
Well, consider me educated about League of Legends lore. As Cash Money looking for the pedal side. Oh, that one was close.
Oh, I bet he was clenching so hard there. Beautiful arcane shift. Didn't even have to waste his flash there.
And it does get out alive. The joy of the Ezreal is, of course, that mobility. But MCOM are so far behind right now. When you look at the overall gold status, they're 4,000 gold down. And it's not just in the middle lane where that gold differential is. If we can take a look at the gold, mid lane is obviously quite significant. But the other one, which I think we haven't really talked about, Tico, is bot lane. The difference between the Ezreal and the Ashe is ridiculous right now in terms of the gold they've earned.
Yeah, and that's sort of because of the amount of assists and kills that we see on Xanthrax, is because we've seen a lot of we have seen a lot of priority down there, just because of the range advantage. And I mean, Morgana Ashe is still quite I don't know the word. It's just making sure that they don't have the capabilities of getting on top from the Thresh. The Morgana makes sure that the Ashe stays safe. The Thresh isn't going to be able to do anything about it. And basically what this game is for MCOM J Dragons down in the bot lane is scale. Make sure this Ezreal is getting into 2-3 items to make sure that he's dishing out the damage output that they hope this Ezreal gets to.
Yeah, but the issue is that it's going to be so long until the Ezreal, comes online and becomes relevant, that it's almost Regear with the Trinity Force done and dusted on the Gangplank. That's going to have to be a huge carry for them right now. Xandrix is invading the jungle by himself as he's being collapsed on that. Uses the flash, uses the blast bomb, but he realizes he's in a pit of pirate. And he's going to get cut down by the pirate as well. No! I forgot Cash Money existed for a couple seconds, and clearly he was the fool. As an overextension from Lubu might get him in trouble on this Amumu once again. Bunny goes wide, but does catch onto Killer. Hydrate trying to buy time, trying to get to the lines, and the flash will get him alive as finally, Tico, someone has clicked the lantern.
Yeah, that's what happens when people don't know. Okay, that wasn't his own flash, though, so it's okay.
It wasn't his own flash, but another sleeping shovel bubble has landed, but it will go wide thanks to a beautiful charm from Killer.
Yeah, and I want to talk about how Regear got killed there. However, Cash Money doesn't want us to talk for a little bit longer. Those paddle stars are really devastating now. The amount of damage that they're picking up with the Orb of Oblivion as well as the Luna's Echo. I mean,
it's obnoxious.
Yeah.
I mean, if we can, let me take a quick look see here at the damage, because I'm sure I can do some maths. Oh my god! Stop jumping away every time I try to look at it. It does up to 763 damage at a max range paddle star. He hasn't even got 2 items. That's not allowed, as Manu is in trouble, but a beautifully timed flash will get the Kled to safety.
Yeah, and a lot of quick footwork as well, able to get Manu out relatively easily. Did have to use a flash there, but it is fine. It is a Kled. He should be fine. A Kled with Skarl? Yeah, a Kled with Skarl is going to be able to get him, into good places quite quickly.
It's not a matter of, oh no, he won't be able to access the backline. It's a Kled. He's got
He
Charge available to him. He's got Joust available to him. There are very few ways that Kled shouldn't be allowed to get access to the backline. So it's a 1-for-1, and it's a flash of Seraph, which is going to be super annoying for this Thresh, because the Thresh flash is so good for a playmaking opening, and now he's going to struggle more so than he is already, because Seraph has not exactly had the best time landing death sentences this game.
No, definitely not. But I think that comes down to Quasar being Quasar being really good at predicting where that's coming Charm lands.
Yeah, Charmlands on the Julia, but a lovely counter engagement on Lubu that it targets the tank once again. You've got to stop targeting the tankiest member. They finally burst him down, or do they? Hydrate finally falls, but it took so long that everyone else has finally arrived. Regia is going to go die here thanks to a lovely time. Last plant time there. Regia tried the flash, but unfortunately when you've been marked with the Jowls, Kled does not let you get away alive.
Nah, and Zoe can back that up. Oh, okay.
Yeah, welcome to Ari. Cash,
Charm things.
Cash is playing with a lot of gusto here by himself, considering he's got 13 stacks on the Medjais. If he goes down here, even with the arrival of Lu Bu, 17 stacks, I change my mind with the arrival of the jungler.
Oh, yeah, the Medjai Soulsteel is getting really stacked up now, and I mean, Cash Money can afford to do this one. Got the backup of Amumu just around the corner. Has the bandage toss as well, just to back him up in case Cash Money gets in a little bit of a strife, but you know, all Cash Money sees from Troy is a one-shot AD carry.
And a juicy looking one at that one there as Manu might be in a bit of trouble here. It might be important to note as this fight kicks off that there is not a fully completed item on the Kled at 22 minutes. But there is a Cloud Soul secured, and he gets the remount. That is a disaster. They needed to pick up that kill, and instead, Seraph is in trouble. He will get taken down. In fact, scratched down. He will be taken down completely. I meant to say low.
But here's a big thing that just happened. Cash Money down on the bot side got 1v1 by Bloodkiller,
Wait, what?
and Bloodkiller was able to take the victory. However, this was under turret.
Of course. Like, when you build yourself the Medjais, you need to have a little bit of respect. Like, some, because if you lose, I believe the point of power in a Medjais is 10 stacks. If you go below that, it becomes not a worthwhile item. Talking about not worthwhile, Xandrix, don't think he's calling that turret worth, considering the absolute zero will chunk him. Oh! Never mind! Call that worth in all chat.
Yeah, Blade of the Ruined King doing dirty work, as well as that redemption coming in clutch for the coming in clutch from Guela, actually, to be able to make sure that the Ashe was able to sustain throughout that ultimate from the Nunu. And I think I'm Hydrate was overestimating the amount of damage as ultimate does. It doesn't do a straight 1000 HP damage anymore.
Yeah, it's
like
not the
it
old
used
days
to.
it's not the old days of Nunu, man. We're not going to see the Empire kicking off any time soon, unfortunately. Coming through as finally, hallelujah, we do see a fully completed item from Mayu. He has chosen to go for the Death's Dance, which means the Titanic Hydra should well be on the way. So the Jar of Sis sitting in his infantry to boots.
Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, we got the Trinity Force being picked, yeah, as you said, Regea, and I think he does have the power to be able to get on the split push now. Against the Kled, I don't think he's going to be able to do the 1v1s just yet, but that's because Manu is, you know, pretty powerful with the Death Stance, and all he really has to do here on Manu is just make sure that he keeps Regea busy.
Regea stuck on the bottom side of the map, and the upcoming dragon fight, we are seeing Cash Money taken down low. Hydrate going forwards is a Nunu. I've seen this so many times. He steals it! Hydrate, are you kidding me? The rest of his team is piling in. Quasar are wrecked. Quasar are done. As the Baron secure Manu, buddy. You've lost your team. You've lost the Baron. You've lost control of this game.
They had the power.
Way.
They had the objective in their grasps, and all they had to do was keep I'm Hydrate away from the objective, because the power of Nunu is his ability to be able to secure objectives. Cash Money is going to be able to delete Regia. That's going to happen. And what they needed to do is keep that Nunu away. However, they did not. Nunu and Willem were able to secure it with a Chomp and a Smite. Beautiful plays and a beautiful steal from the Baron.
That, under no circumstances, should be happening. Like, oh man, that's a tilter right there, is what we're seeing, Tico. As the consolation prize of Quasar is the fact that they can no longer siege the enemy base. but there is going to be an Elder Dragon in 2.5 minutes. So that is now their next target in their eyes, because the Baron, as we saw, MCOM, this is why you don't fight a Nunu. Because I don't think there is a single champion in League of Legends that can outsmite a Nunu. Outside of maybe like a full AD Lee Sin, in which why are you playing full AD Lee Sin?
Yeah. Yeah, well, full AD Lee Sin is usually not going to happen. Especially with, I mean, yeah, there's potential, but if your main priority is to make sure that you know that you can secure objectives, don't go for Lee Sin, because Nunu still does the job and can go for his normal build.
Oh, Medic! Oh, that was a Captain Jack right there, Troy. Well done on that one. But it may not save you as the rest of the team piles in. They are not happy that their Baron was stolen from them, and they are diving in on top of them. Quasar are taken low, but they're not going to take him down fast enough. As unfortunately for MCOM, they have nothing to play with here. They will lose their inhibitor turret. They will lose their inhibitor, as well as their bot lane duo.
One more hit. There we go. Done very well. However, Bloody Killer is on the flank, so they got to be really careful. Ahri, even though a little bit behind, still does quite a significant amount of damage, a deceptive amount of damage, and that charm is devastating if it does land on a priority target. So they have to respect that, and they have to back away.
Away for now, but the teams will soon be butting heads. Once again, less than a minute until the Elder Dragon coming in at what will be 28 minutes. That is, part of me would say that's ridiculous that there is such an early dragon, but that's League of Legends nowadays, Tico. It's all about securing these objectives as quickly and consistently as humanly possible.
Yeah.
Oh, Hydra,
and
no.
yeah.
Hydra, no. Hydra, you are the savior of MCOM. You cannot be dying here, buddy. The Ignite is down. He will not be able to heal himself. He has to go in for the jump to get some health back. He's running away with the snowball. The Ignite is burning, but he gets out alive.
Yeah, and that was their priority target there. If he was going to die, that is going to be the Dragon gone, and I believe that may have been the game. However, he was able to escape from that one. Channel Crystal Arrow does hit.
Onto the Ahri, but this is not the fight you want to take. Yeah, you don't win this, Sadrix. What are you doing? You don't win this.
1 for 1. And that does take a priority target away. I mean, Ahri does a little bit more damage than the Ashe does at this point in the game. So I do think that it may have been a worthy trade, because Ahri now being taken down, that does mean that they do have that flank, the champion on the flank, away from that as well.
He's taking slow once again. He's taking down low. Hydra has to back up. He will be forced to heal on the Gromp there. They have to contest this. You can't give this objective up. They're giving the objective up, Tico. They're going to get sieged out, and all it's going to take now is one Battle Star from the mid laner of Quasar, and you're dead no matter who you are.
Yeah. This is gonna be a do or die situation for MCOM Jade Dragons, because now the Zoe has a Rabadon's Death Cap, 23 stack Magi's, Luden's Echo, an Oblivion Orb just to make sure that it penetrates through them, as well as the Sorcerer's Shoes for more magic penetration. This Zoe deals damage to the Nunu with a Spirit Visage.
Yeah, that's the one man who you would expect to be able to survive, but the amount of damage coming out of the Zoe, is simply unsustainable. And the charge coming in, this could be the final fight, Tico, as the support is already down, courtesy of the Elder Dragon. Diving onto the back line, there is the Kled. Manu doing a lot of damage as the reinforcements are dealing with the objectives, the base that remains as a Sleepy Tower bubble goes wide once again. But Manu doesn't give a damn, diving forwards as the Elder buffed team starts to knock on the front door of MCOM's base here. And MCOM, they may be able to clear the minion waves, but unfortunately, I don't think they're even allowed to get that close. Sarix is taking them down low, flash for safety from Regea, but it will not save him. The Elder Dragon takes no prisoners, a double kill for the mid lane mage of the Zoe. Hell, it would be a triple if Xandrix didn't take it himself.
And we saw Blooded Killer on the flank. However, that wasn't significant enough to be able to get the advantage, and they weren't able to get the flank win. And off the back of that, Elder Dragon doing a lot of work for this team, and they should be able to get the win and the grand finals off the back of that.
Yeah, the grand finals of week number 1 will go in favor of Quasar after what was an astronomically impressive performance. Carries from their junglers in some games and carries from their mid in the others.
Yeah, I do think Cash Money did quite a significant amount of damage. And I do think that a lot of that was off the back of Cash Money. A lot of he took the advantage in towards that early and mid game, snowballed the rest of his team, got some roams going as well just to help the rest of his team get even further ahead. And I do think that did come off the back of the Zoe just to get that snowball lead going for the rest of their team.
And that is just in the grand final game. How do you? I'm really curious how teams are going to be able to try and handle Quasar in the coming weeks of this circuit, because you've got such a problem to deal with. You need to deal with Cash Money. You need to get him on, for example. You can't let him have access to his Zoe, but you can't let Lubu have access to his Nocturne, and you really shouldn't let him have access to his Amumu either. So there are a lot of things that teams will have to take into account when they come in the later weeks. But Tico, unfortunately, that does mean that week number 1 of the circuit for BSV has in fact wrapped up.
Yeah, very unfortunate for all our viewers because they don't get to hear our beautiful voice anymore. But there is many more weeks to come for the BSV Iron to Plat. So guys, please tune in for the rest. Sign up sign up for teams. Make sure that everyone does encourage their favorite team to push forward even more. Quasar Group are the ones to beat going into week 2, sorry. So if any teams feel like they want to get on top, make sure that they are ready to beat Quasar Group and make sure that they are going to ban away the champions like Amumu, like Nocturne, and like Zoe. But I mean, that does leave out the Caitlyn ban. So, put your priorities straight. However, guys, thank you so much for tuning in.
Yeah, of course, thanks for that. Tico, thank you for joining me throughout the course of the night. It has been a pleasure to listen to you sing about the Holy Bible and how it relates to Nunu Mid being locked in once upon a time in Bethlehem.
Right.
Thank you, guys. That was the worst transition I've ever done. As guys, it will be done and dusted. Of course, before we sign off, though, a thank you to the sponsors. Of course, we have Aussie Broadband, which not NBN, because apparently I don't know the difference between.
Oh my gosh! Don't even try to explain it, please. Midnight. Aussie Broadband is a company.
It is indeed a company. The ones that are helping sponsor this one's event, and really, really excited to see what the other ones are. Is that Haven? I can't read my own writing.
True Haven Esports Academy.
I was looking, I'm like, I can't read my own writing. This is the curse of being dyslexic, my guys. I mean, but on that note,
they were, for those who don't know, True Haven were also known as Dark's Coaching Ground back in the old days, but they have rebranded to True Haven Esports Academy. So go hit them up if you want any coaching, that sort of thing. Aussie Broadband, you know what they do, except for Midnight. So go check them out as well.
Yeah, but on that note, guys, thanks so much for watching week number 1 of the Iron Platinum Circuit over at BSV. We'll hope to see you for week number 2.
We at the top again, now would be lay the crown, but count us higher than a mountain, and we be up here for the long run, strapping for a long one. We got everybody on one. Now you coming at the king, so you better not miss.